Alrighty, let's go ahead and start because we're going to need all the time we can get. Wait, you're not allowed to see that. That's, no. Here, camera on me. There we go. That was an unflattering angle of my glorious studio, okay? Which is absolutely not a murder shed, okay? No one has any proof whatsoever that I have ever done anything bad or illegal in this shed at all. Everything's on. Anyway, I'm surprised I'm alive, guys. I am. Boy, that Saturday stream, that whole Saturday streams was quite a doozy. And thank you. We did it. Goal on Saturday was to take these hard AF seltzers to Pound Town, and we did, all but one.
Can you chug one hardcore?
I have one more to chug. I actually have one more to chug, and that is the last one. That is the last one in this box. I wasn't hungover on Sunday. I don't know how. You know what? I felt like I woke up dead, though. Like I woke up, and I felt like a part of me had died. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like a miserable experience, but it was like, you know, the inner monologue. Maybe it's voices in my head. Maybe I'm a schizo. That was gone. Nothing. Felt like just a mindless entity that was me. I was doing the things. I went to the gym. And then I had a little barbecue for the wife and I. Wife was not so happy. But we don't worry about that. Yeah, we need all the time we can get because we have to get into like the big tech stuff, and we're going to cover very briefly the Becky Boop stuff. Very briefly. I say it like that because really we need more time, I think, for the Thorp stuff. How are you guys doing, by the way? Thank you so much for that super chat there. $2 super chat. Chug one more. Yeah, I'll chug it. Man, it was a late stream and kept on going. I remember we started with the Thorps and then we were getting into like some weird stuff with perspicacity. And I felt like I was just listening to, I don't know, man. And then we started reacting to Ethan and Ralph reacting to that stuff. and you know, I'm just going to chug this. We're moving on. It's green apple flavor. Oh, man. Oh. All right. Now, 11 cans at 8% alcohol. Because these bad boys are 8%. Okay. How many shots is that? It was 11 cans of 8% seltzer. Okay. Woo. Now we have no more. But I made enough money on Saturday to buy like 3 more boxes of that crap. Oh, that's right, Shrek Snow. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see. Haas crashed out at Persip and blamed him for people on the farms calling him a Pete. I don't know if that was a recent thing. Look, man, if you're going to have someone like DJ Axel on your show, yeah, you're going to be called that. I was called that for associating with DJ Axel, even though it was all a ruse. It was intended to be a ruse. But whatever. Anyway, moving on. All right, and BDL, I remember I asked for timestamps. I will check the Discord for that. I don't predict any VC or panel tonight. We gotta stay on focus. We gotta stay sharp. We're gonna stay sharp tonight. Oh, timestamps were delivered. Look at that. Okay. You know what? Some of these timestamps are so closely related, like there's not a whole lot of time between them, it looks like. Oh, I see. Oh, but 4 hours. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna okay, I got you on that one. All right, but first, as our appetizer here, and because it's the smaller, shorter segment, let's do this. We're covering this because we got to finish covering the Becky Boop stuff. In short, surprise, surprise, she's a con artist. Surprise, surprise, she's not going to pay her co-host. We get this information from Ivexy? Okay. And shout out to Schizo Spud as another member of the Boit, the bottom of YouTube. I support the bottom of YouTube. I'm a member to Schizo Spud. Okay? Because that's how I am. All right, let's go and play this.
Good. I'm just still in shock. Like,
I know.
like what?
It's crazy because I was watching Becky's stream yesterday and I was like, okay, this is just so silly. I'm just gonna laugh it off, right? But then you see all these people like backing up these crazy, insane ideas, right? And that's where I go, oh my god, okay, how is this possible? Like, is there like a culture shock? What's going on? How do all these people go back this sort of conversation, this sort of rhetoric, you know?
It's wild, right? Because she betrays everyone, right, by working with me.
That's Becky Boop. Becky Boop betrayed everyone by working with Keemstar.
And then betrays everyone by not paying host. Like, it's just, I don't...
Exactly. Betraying yet even more people by not paying the hosts. Pay the hosts. You said you're going to pay them. Pay them.
Can't comprehend. Like, okay, here's the thing. There were so many, like, fans, like Gamer Asylum, that were donating to Becky's channel because Roxy and Savage were there. They're not fans of Becky.
Yeah.
So you're like scamming fans by not paying Savage and Roxy.
Exactly.
And the whole
dude, when Keemstar is calling you a scammer, dude, bro, VTubers are lame. Hey, I'm not gonna say they're not. Yeah, I think the VTube thing is bullshit. I mean, Ivexy could be a dude. Ivexy could totally be a dude right now, you know, with a voice modulator.
Idea that I'm just hearing now that she was like, kind of like, are you sure you want to go on local test? Are you sure you want to pay Roxy? Like, what is she like a supervillain? What is this?
Keemstar calls Becky a supervillain. Dude, Becky has completely lost it. And you know what? He's justified by doing so. Because Becky is acting that way. Because she is that way.
Exactly the energy, right? Super villain. And I mean, she might have been super happy with her views last night, but those are like also, you know, people want to see the drama. People want to see what she's going to say. It was her first show back and everything. I'm not sure how it's going to go from now on. There's a lot of people who are super, super angry.
Oh,
she'll have her one very dedicated pay pig for some reason.
Going to slowly go down. I mean, she returns back after this big thing happened between her and the LCU, right? So that's going to have hype. People are interested. Then she says she's not paying Roxy and Savage, something that we all predicted. Everybody was predicting this stuff, that they were never going to get paid, right? So when she drops that bomb, now everyone's talking it. Savage is firing up a stream. My whole Discord, everyone's like, oh my God, she's scamming Roxy and Becky, right? So yeah, 100% she's going to get views, right? You know, if someone live streams, you know, horrible, tragic.
Wow. Didn't even have the graphic on here. Why is it playing it twice? I need to fix my stuff. Why is it playing it twice? Why is it still playing it? Don't play again. No. Are we caught in a loop? Oh my God, we're caught in a loop. We're caught in a freaking loop. Why is it doing that? Why is it dude, that was so weird. That was so freaking weird. Hold on here. Let's fix that. Well, I fixed that. We're going to play this. Thank you for the $2. What did he say? He said, check out Andy Ditch after this dead guy. All right. Who's Andy Ditch? Anyway, does anyone know who Andy Ditch is?
Tragedy or whatever, it's gonna get views. You know, it's like
100%. And what I don't understand too, what I also got really triggered by was the oh, I love paying my employees. I love paying them. I love giving back though people are contributing. Like, what? How can you say that while at the same time saying that you're not going to pay two people that have worked with you on your channel? How
Dude,
can you say those two things side to side?
She told Roxy, yeah, I'm not paying you because you now work with Keemstar. Bitch, you worked with Keemstar. Becky, did you forget that you worked with Keemstar?
Exactly. Like maybe she should give Roxy and Savage her money, right? Because she committed the big fraud word. I don't know. She was in talks with you guys. I really don't understand how it's so hypocritical.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't talk any sense to her. I'm like, dude, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
All right, that should take care of it.
You what?
Like, even if you're mad, right? Even if you feel cheated, even if you feel betrayed, these two people worked their asses off. They were there every single day working alongside you. How can you refuse to pay them? How?
Oh, you mean Andy Dick? Oh, yeah, I know who Andy Dick is, dude. He killed Phil Hartman. Yeah, absolutely he did. And you know what? Because of that, he ruined a good show that was called News Radio. And you know what? The fact that Joe Rogan didn't strangle Andy Dick and end his life is the most cuck thing he's ever done. Because Joe Rogan knows what happened. He knows Andy Dick gave Phil Hartman's wife the drugs, which caused her to do her stupid shit again. And then kill Phil Hartman. And I don't know about you, but News Radio was like my favorite show growing up. Okay, anyway, we're moving on.
Can I just say, like, Mary got mad that I called her a mouth breather or a retard or whatever I called Mary, right? Mary, you're dumb as shit. Mary, you're watching this whole thing play out right in front of you. You're over there with your...
No, Andy Ditch is a different guy. Andy Ditch, the guy that has police change his diapers. See, I read that as police charge him for wearing diapers, which would be based. Okay. There's a dude out there that had the police change his diapers? Shut up. That did not happen. What, in America or in the UK? That did not happen in America. No. Shut up. There's no way. I have to check that out.
$100 dono. Like, you're so stupid. Yo, I didn't see anyone else dropping 100 bombs. The only person left is retarded Mary. God, she's dumb.
Oh man, and I don't know. She's so incredibly supportive. She was over on my streams too when I was over there. I don't know what's going on there. It feels off. Like whoever, the crazy thing is, right, all the supporters are supposed to also be on Becky's side. Like, supporters can't go to the LCU watch streams, supporters can't come over here because that's betraying her in some way. Isn't that just crazy how far it goes? What is considered betrayal in her eyes, you know? It's crazy.
Dude, I'm starting to think Mary is some like rich dude down in Texas.
Oh,
There's
God,
no
right,
way.
the Texas guy. Oh, no. I mean,
There's
he's got to
no-
be somewhere, too, donating and hanging out, right? He's got to be watching streams.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. But I'm just going to put a prediction out there. I don't think you're getting paid. I really don't. I mean, she said you were, but, you know, she said.
Okay. I know you guys can't really do the VTube person for very long. Neither can I. But we got the gist of it. I told you this is going to be a very short a segment. Becky Boop is not paying her people. Becky Boop is... Look, if Keemstar is going to call you a supervillain, if Keemstar is going to call you a con artist and stuff like that, is it VTuber drama? No. It's not VTuber drama. This VTuber worked with Becky Boop, and that's why she's spilling the beans. And Becky Boop is someone that was in the Locale Live universe, left the Locale Live universe to do her own thing, and said that Keemstar's the devil, and got all the support and money coming in because people thought she was doing this thing, being independent from Keem. And then she went to go work with Keem again, so betrayed her audience, betrayed her co-host. And then when that was outed, when she was outed for that, which was very short-lived, now she's saying she's not going to pay her co-host. So, there you have it. We don't really have to watch more of this. We can get to the Thorp stuff. That's going to be the meat and potatoes of tonight's stream. Because someone did mention this Andy Ditch guy, and I don't know anything about him, and he sounds wild. What I'll do is I'll give EH123 mod status only because mods can drop links. Mods in my chat aren't allowed to really pretty much do anything other than drop links. So, you have the ability to drop a link there, EH123. If there's a particular video you want me to check out, okay. We're shifting gears, though, to the Thorps. We might get a quick little thing about this Andy Ditch guy. We're going to start right here. The Thorps come on, and it becomes a Thorp Talk on Big Tech.
Oh, the mount's going to drop this time. Eventually, I'm right.
Okay. A lot more likely to take Russian money than I would be to work for the CIA, because you would never take Russian money, and you're not Russian. But
let me fix the volume here.
It ended already? Only 16 votes? Man, you guys. Ben forgot to vote.
I would. I mean, that's like very offensive to me. So why would you?
It's like personal for you.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
And anyway, like, who is?
You're not voting because you're against democracy as a principle? Well, I think that we should vote on with live. God.
All right, come on. Let's get to when the Thorps are there. Come on. Get.
You're like, I'm
There
jealous
we go.
of Grace.
All right. Ben Thorp arrives. He's going to start buttering up Big Tech. And or PDO, I have your timestamps here. We're a little short. We're actually, let's get right to your timestamp. Okay, here we go.
On this, but like, I really think like it'd be interesting to read. I don't know if you're familiar with David Irving,
Yeah.
who is verboten historically, but he's a legit historian, and I think, you know, he's a guy you could dive into without going off the deep end, because you know his position was actually a centrist position, which is that
Oh,
this should
Anthony V.
happen.
He's
It
a
was
fan of the Big
serious,
Baby,
serious
huh?
Stuff. Probably the number's way higher,
Wow.
but the version of it that we get doesn't hold up.
Right.
So Finkelstein's another one. He calls it like Holocaust Inc. He wrote like, that's a provocative title for a book, right? Holocaust Inc. Like it's a business,
Right.
right? But he's
Look at Big Tech's lighting. He looks like a villain right there. See, I should go for more like dark, ominous lighting. How seedy do I look now?
He's in no way a denier, and he's Jewish, and his parents both survived it, and his grandparents died in it. So, anyways, that's but only a Jew can write Holocaust Inc. It's not for goys to write that one.
I might write Holocaustianity.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, see, that would be interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, because my theory is basically that even the atheists
right
are
now,
still in the Jewish religion. It's just
so right
morphed
now
after the
he's
Holocaust. Now it's an
they
identity
introduce
based on the persecution
all that
in
stuff.
Germany.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's interesting because I've been sitting here on the internet trying to ask Jews how Jew is not a religious term because everything that Catholics and Muslims have, like you could say, well, we have cultural ways of being. Okay, same with Muslims. There's Muslim cultures. Same with Catholic. Same with Mormon. Right? There's like cultural things, but no one's going to say Muslim is an ethnicity or never a nationality.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
and there
Jew
are
is like
Jews,
an
I would love to-
ethno-religion. Yeah.
It's not ethno though. It's just a religion.
But the
And that
religion,
religion-
And to give you an idea of what we're getting into here, so we got the introduction, okay, but tonight we're gonna during this interaction, we get information about Ben's attitude towards Grace. Obviously, Ben's gonna talk about Courtney's relationship with Grace. It's gonna be very seedy, very weird. We're gonna get a little bit of the beer bottle incident again. Yeah. Let's see what else. Courtney portrayed as the crazy one. Okay. All right. So this should be good.
religion is about their people and the covenant God gave to them and their land. That's what the religion's about.
Not really.
It's about the sons of Abraham.
Yes.
And the covenant with Moses about those people. And yeah.
But if you talk to Jews who are old school Jews, they'll say Zionism is our mortal enemy and we hate it. And what it's doing is changing fundamentally Jew from being a religious term to being a nationality, which is absolutely nothing to do with Judaism. It is a complete warping of Judaism. So anyways, much like Christian Zionism, it's just crazy. It's like, are you kidding me?
Do you know that there's
Christians are supposed to...
Do you know there's more Christian Zionists than there are Jews in the world? Like, not just Zionist Jews, but like Jewish. There's more Christian Zionists than the total population of all Jews on the planet.
Is that true? Gotta ask Grok on that. Gotta ask Grok about that.
Yeah.
Weird.
Right.
Anyway,
but
what
money wise.
What's the let's do the hard segue then. Let's jump right into it.
All right, let's go to I love it. Okay, so and I'm asking you to be completely fluid, and we can be like, we're adults here, right?
By the way, have the Thorps streamed? No, they have not. Right? The Thorps have not streamed in some time. In a long time. Here's the Thorp channel. Oh no, they actually did. 4 hours ago. Well, call me a liar. Call me a mother liar. 4 hours ago, they had a stream debating atheists. Okay. Well, congrats. You know, it was only like a 5-day vacation when this is your job. They apparently streamed today, and I don't think anyone knew.
Right, so we can say whatever.
Dad, I have the models. I don't have a whiteboard marker, but I made a virtual whiteboard. Do you want me to share them?
A virtual whiteboard.
I'll be straight up with you, and then you'll reject what I'm saying.
Perfect.
No, I actually just would like you to give each model like its full. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Steelman, like, and don't worry about like whether it offends me or Grace or whatever. Like, we're just gonna cast aside.
There's models. Oh wow.
You know,
we've got a whole matrix here. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Ben's Matrix. What is this? Predator, enabler, victim, creepy dad, bratty kid, cut queen. What? I'm creepy dad as a predator, dad. Creepy dad, enabler, mom. What? Is that am I supposed to read that? Brat kid comes across a predator, then they're a child. You know what? Let's have Ben explain this to us. Because this is not making any sense to me here. Like, Cuck Queen comes across a predator. That's a mom? Okay. All right. Let's play it.
Yeah.
I
So
did my best, Dad. If you want me to fix some part of it, I can. But
okay. Yeah. Let me. Okay. So this can be extended because we obviously have a family of 8. But okay, there are 3 basic models, like psychosexually. But we're sticking here with the sexual thing because those are the allegations, right?
Okay.
So the predator dad is, well, you should say daughter, Grace, because it's, well, what it can be child, but like it's daughter.
okay,
Matters
daughter was
to
kind of
sex.
too big for the graph, so let's just say daughter.
Okay. Well,
counts
all
as
right.
daughter.
Are we good? Now in these,
We all know
like,
who we're talking about here.
like, right, like, okay, so you're like familiar with the Menendez brothers and shit like that, right? So
Yeah.
this shit
Menendez
happens where
brothers?
something blows up. So the Menendez boys killed their mom and dad.
Okay.
And they make the claim that the dad's the predator, but the mom's the enabler, and they didn't really want to take her out, but like, what the fuck? Why was she sitting around? I mean, she was aware of it, right? You understand what enabler means there.
Yeah.
Since the stream has ended, Grace.
I don't know what happened. Hold on, I'll fix it. 1 sec.
Grace.
Grace.
What the fuck?
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. 1 sec.
Grace texted me, biotech is calling.
Biotech.
All right, anyways, so Grace is
Oh, by
gonna
the way, can I get unbanned for
Perfect.
fucking? No. Hang on. People are posting me talking shit about big tech. It's not true. Okay. Go
Fix
ahead,
it,
keep
Grace.
going,
Come on.
loading it up.
All right, so you have
Let's-
Can you tell me the end right up front at the beginning? Like, where's this going? And then we'll go back and look at the thing. What do you think about that?
I'm saying which model sticks here, right?
These are
I'm
models.
saying like which model sticks. Let's say granting I'm a predator. Like how would you know what I mean? Like just play it out for the others.
Granting that he's a predator. I mean, he did say he's a PDF file in the Greek sense, which is exactly what the word means. So I don't understand that phrase, right?
Or 2. And of course, there's more than 3 here, but like this is the essence of it is the 3, right? So it's like, you know, the old story is like, and this everyone agrees with. Mom and dad are in bed, and Gracie comes up and sits between them, right? Watching TV.
Okay.
And, you know, we're all sort of right sandwiched in. And where does it go from there? Okay, so this can go one of 3 ways, but it can't, there's no other model. But I'd like you to propose any other model. There has to be, in order to be within those 3, there has to be a predator, an enabler, and a victim. There can't be 2 victims. There can't be 2 predators. The enabler can be predatory, but the enabler can also be like innocent. You get what I'm saying?
I think it's the first one.
There can't be 2 victims? What do you mean there can't be 2 victims?
Okay, so creepy dad. Good. Okay, so but you'll admit that these are 3 possibilities, right? So the dad, the mom like looks the other way on the dad getting to the daughter. We'll just talk about it straight sexuality, okay, right? Because the dad, whatever. Okay, let's just say that. Okay, the other one is the daughter comes in. She's the aggressor. The dad.
Ben Thorp looked like Lane Dry.
That's Freud's thing.
Jesus, that was loud. I need to adjust the volume on that. Okay, that was loud. I need to fix the volume on that for sure.
With father-daughter incest. He was like
Okay.
mostly these bitches, right? Because he was misogynistic, right? You're not allowed to say number 2 in our society. But it happens. There are predatory females who are 16, 17 years old. Absolutely. You might not want to say
So
that on the internet.
Ben, you wanted to be the third one.
The cuck queen is, well, I don't know if I'd call it the cuck queen. It's the predatory
I came up
mom.
with that one. I don't know.
Where the mom is the
Word.
predator, the dad is the enabler, and the child is the victim. But I'm saying,
Yeah,
these
because
are the
then
only
you
3
get to
possible
apologize for
models.
enabling mom's bad behavior, and Grace is the victim that you get to feel umbrage about her victimhood that was caused by the mom.
Wait a second. You're skipping to saying what I want here.
Yeah.
Okay. But can we just explore what it would look like, each one would look like a little bit without judging anything? Let's grant that like something happened sexually, right? We'll just grant that. If people want to like say, what do you mean by that? Then go to Pornhub, look up incest. And
Yeah, we get
What?
it.
We get it. We've all seen those.
Family
What?
tie.
Need to elaborate.
Family tie.
There are whole there are whole conglomerates of channels that are doing this. Okay.
If you
So-
say so.
I've never heard of porn.
Ben, what was the purpose of that? I think what it is, the video files I use for I guess the super chats and whatever have their own volume, and I don't think I'm actually able to adjust that with the Streamlabs settings here. Watch, I'm gonna test this one right here. Let's test it. A bit loud as fuck.
This is a test super chat message.
Okay, so I'm gonna ditch that shit. Even though I like it, it looks cool. I like it. It looks cool and all that. But we gotta. That's too loud.
Okay. But can we just explore what it would look like? Each one would look like a little bit.
So we'll go with
without
the
judging
traditional.
anything. Let's say let's
dancing
grant
for
that,
us.
like something happened sexually, right? We'll just grant that. If you want to, if people want to like say, what do you mean by that? Then go to Pornhub, look up incest. And
Yeah, we get it.
We get it. We've all seen.
Come on, man.
Need to elaborate.
Family ties.
There are whole there are whole conglomerates of channels that are doing this. Okay.
If you
So-
say so.
I've never heard of porn. What? Okay. Now I know you're going to start chastising us for being degens, so we won't go there. Okay. But we can use the term like whatever, sexual activity or something. Okay. So which one do you want to explore first here? Because you can kind of make a case for all three of these. But first of all, I just want to ask you: is there another possible model here?
Well, with the the number of with the number of categories and rows and people involved, I suppose that's it. I guess I guess you could go. Dad is the predator and enables himself. Mom and daughter are both victims.
Yeah, no, okay, but leaving aside enabling
Well,
yourself, but like
I didn't
you don't,
include-
for example, dad predator, child enabler, mom victim. You'd have a reverse. You could have a reverse of each of these.
Yeah, if you
Right.
can only have one person in each category, I suppose those are the only
Okay.
options.
No, that's not true because I never put the child as the enabler. So you could have 3 more where the child's the. Or,
Oh, I didn't notice that actually.
These are the main categories, but you can reverse them, I think, and then you'd have like all of the possibilities, unless you start.
Oh yeah,
You can have a child as an enabler. Man, if you're going down that road, you're already fucked mentally. You already are.
yeah, you're right. Well, yeah,
Thinking there'd be 2
thanks,
victims.
Grace,
or
you're
2
right. Yeah, you got me in the
predators or
liminal
2
space, so don't ask me math questions right now. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
But okay,
there.
And EH, thank you so much for the $2 super chat there. Ben Thorp looking like lame John McAfee. Yeah, but John McAfee himself is pretty cool. A wild guy, a wild dude. Why was he on the run again before he died? It was like money stuff, right? I mean, that's why they chase you down.
these are the 3 main ones.
but I think
Okay.
the idea is that since there is a power dynamic between the dad and the mom being the parents, that the parent, one of the parents, always has to be the enabler. Due to
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Power, the power structure. But I could be.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Grace, you're a victim of technology. You can't keep this going.
So this is what you guys are sitting around thinking about. That's interesting. That's what's interesting about this to me. The result of this,
Well,
what
let's
we're
go way
determining.
The chart on the screen is Ben's matrix of question. We're all trying to figure it out. So we just need to pay attention to what Ben is trying to explain to us, and maybe we'll get it.
Everything. The fact that this, yeah, I know it goes way back. Yeah, that's when I discovered you guys. You guys were hashing this out at the beginning, and we're still
Yeah.
here. Yeah, this is still.
Yeah.
We got to figure out
Because I
who's
think-
at
I
fault
think
here.
it's-
Who's to blame? It's the question. Who gets
Not
the blame?
necessarily to blame, but where is the if there's a sickness, where is the sickness originating, and where is it? What is the structure? So okay, so you want to argue for creepy dad, Grace? It's not you didn't resurrect this.
I have. It keeps closing. I don't know what to do. It's like
You're a
not
victim of
letting me
technology.
add it. I can send it to Big Tech and he can share it. It's not. My Discord isn't working. Hold on. I'll just send it to him.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Okay.
Big Tech looks kind of bored. Like, what is he doing?
What if I do this? Just
Virus,
work.
it's a trap. Don't click.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
All right. But we know what it looks like. I'll get it back up here.
Okay. So all right. So the creepy dad one. Let's start with that one because that's the one that people are like, culture.
Okay. All right. Creepy dad. We're starting with the creepy dad. This is a Matrix. Okay. Not the Matrix like the movie, but you know what a Matrix is, right, guys? Actually, there's probably some people in the chat who don't know what a Matrix is. Don't worry. Ben will explain.
Truly, I think you would say like that's the one that people just default to, right?
Yeah, I suppose usually they put the responsibilities or, the assumption of creepiness is usually on the male, and the responsibility is usually default placed upon the father, the patriarch.
The father, right? And there's some reason for that traditionally. Okay, whatever. Okay, so creepy dad, enabler mom, child victim. Okay, so here's a part that's weird about that because we were talking about this, and I can't really talk in details. I'm forbidden by the court to say anything derogatory about Grace's mother, or what is it? I'm supposed to disparaging. So I'll let her say things that may be just seen as disparaging, and I just.
But you have it right there. I guess creepy dad, the predator would be the dad, and the enabler would be the mom. Would Courtney? Is that what this is? It's not Ben's fault at all. It's really Courtney's fault.
Disavowed them. But okay, so Grace has been recently sort of conjuring up some things from her childhood that, people don't deal with, or maybe they kind of write it off or whatever, right? Because you kind of are like, I don't want to go there. But there's a consistent sort of, kind of ethos, right? So,
right.
So Grace, from when you were born until you reached puberty and a little beyond that, the dominant parent in your life was your mother, and everyone agrees with that.
Yes.
I mean, we had a great relationship, but obviously when you're young, when you're breastfeeding, it's mommy oriented, and as you get older, dad plays a bigger role. We all agree with that, right, Big Tech?
Yeah, that's typical.
Like when you're prenatally, it's pretty much you and mom. You can hear the dad's voice. Breastfeeding, it's pretty much you and mom, and dad might get in there for a sip or two. Beyond,
I mean, that's not true. I mean, yeah, sure, you're gonna have that part there, the breastfeeding and all that, but you can spend a lot of time with your kids then too. You can rock them to sleep and read them stories and stuff like that. I mean, that's what I did. Anyway,
on that, well, I mean, come on. So beyond that, the mother's role becomes decreasing over time, and the father's role becomes bigger, right? Because you have kids. It's kind of like at a certain point, you're like with your son, you're like, let's play ball. Let's do. I want to introduce you into the world of men, hunting, fishing, whatever it might be, cars. Let's do dad stuff, right? And with your
what does Ben know about hunting?
daughter also, you're kind of excited for them to enter at least me, streaming. I'm like, oh, this is great. Grace is an adult. This will be great. It'll be fun, whatever. Okay, I think that's natural and normal. And the mother sort of recedes, plays a supporting role if it works out well. Okay. So as far as I think you can make an argument here. So Grace, why don't you try to
NDR? Exactly. He does.
to give a broad kind of global argument sexually, and of course this is not like adult sexuality, but how was femininity presented to you by your mother and sexuality? And I disavow anything which might be considered disparaging for the court's sake.
Well, her overall take was she was very angry about sexuality, I would say. It started with me basically telling her that I had figured out how to masturbate when I was maybe 5, which I didn't really know what it was. And she started.
What the? What? What? Grace said that to her mom when she was 5? That she figured out how to do what? I don't want to even repeat that. What the fuck? I'm sorry to say, we're out of seltzers to chug. I would have chugged another one for that. She's a liar. Yeah. There's no way at 5. There's no way at 5. No way. No way a 5-year-old would tell their mom Mommy, I have figured out how to masturbate. Watch me, Mommy. There's no way that happened. There's no way. 5-year-olds are like watching like My Little Pony. Hold on. Or for kid reasons. Or watching Minecraft videos and they're watching Ryan's toy review. Anyway.
Started sniffing my fingers after nap time to see if I had masturbated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa. She said Courtney sniffed her fingers after nap time? Bull crap. No, that did not happen. There's no way that happened. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. There's no way.
Okay, wait. So let's go through this. I'm not being disparaging. I'm just saying I know very little about this. Okay, but at a certain point, Grace claimed she was 5. I think she was a little older. She came in and asked the question, what is this like thing that people do where they touch themselves? And she came into our bedroom and asked that question. I took it that she had heard it from a friend or something like that. And I was like, I wouldn't worry about it or something like that. And then I actually spoke with her mother about it afterwards. I was like, what? Now, Grace understood that she was actually asking about herself because she had been masturbating. But here's the interesting part. Her mother also understood it that way because she decided to have a private sniffing kind of police activity that I didn't know about. Okay. Yeah. So I'm asking you to like do the math on that. What's up with that? Why would a parent say like, okay, I think I know what you're saying, and I'm going to sniff your fingers after naps to do what? What's the impetus there?
All right. Look, it's possible that, this is her first child and she's got a concept in her mind that this is something that she wants.
No, Big Tech. No, you should say there's no way that fucking happened. But okay.
To prevent her from doing. And perhaps the way that she goes about doing this is some sort of policing / shaming.
Why does she want to prevent her from doing that at age 5 or 6? What's the problem?
Well, some people believe that it's just a sin, right? Or perhaps that it's a destructive self-abuse. That's sometimes how it's described. Maybe it's a sort of like a stimulation of something that's intended for adulthood, that if you do as a child, it can lead to like a, who knows what, right? It might be accompanied by what's considered impure like imaginings or, awakening things that are like passions that are for adulthood.
Sure. Your chat is saying it's like Christian Catholic repression. My mom wasn't really a very religious person. She had never been a religious person. Right, Dad? She converted to Catholicism, but like she wasn't a super religious freak as far as.
Well, no. So this is kind of this is interesting background, and also like of course we only have one side of it here, but like when I met Grace's mother, she had been promiscuous for 20 or so years, and my body count was super low, and I was like sort of on board with the Catholic thing, and she felt like, oh, okay, that sounds good. I want to do that. That makes more sense. But I need your help, like to help me figure this out because I've been a hoeing somewhat, right? And so this was a kind of like she started teaching in a Catholic school, not being Catholic, but I was like, this stuff is true, and she seemed to be receptive to that. So the idea was like she's got a lot of like baggage, but I'm the one who can help her through that. So in terms of sexuality, I was seen as the sort of like mature one, and she saw herself as someone who's trying to figure it out and has a lot of conflict and trouble. For example, on our wedding night.
What year was this?
She asked me if we could not consummate on our wedding night. Okay, so that like is kind of off, right? Like if the one thing you want to do is that.
Had you guys already slept together?
Shrek's no. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that is saying a lot. Mormon Shaggy would be a better father than Ben. Yeah.
Before the wedding?
Sure, yeah, no, Grace had in fact
I was already born
at that
by
point.
the time they got married.
Oh.
So I understand from
how long
point
before
of view, you could say what's the big deal?
Well, at least 9 months.
No, how long before were you born? Like you were born and then
she was a few months old.
I was born October 2002 and they married January 2003. Sorry.
Okay, so it's a few months.
3 months.
Yeah.
No, January.
October to January.
Montereau, is this recent? Yes, it is. So it is recent.
January.
October to January.
Yeah, so she was relatively newborn at that point. Okay,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is like, so the idea was I'm the sort of person who knows about this. I had a master's in theology. I was literally teaching moral theology at the time, including sexuality. Okay, so the idea is like,
what
I'm
was
sort of
the
more
situation
the expert here.
Just because you brought it up, like I imagine it's possible that a recently delivering mother who's like maybe breastfeeding and still recovering from the birth, like the swelling up and the recovery of the womb and everything like that, and then going through the wedding day, which can be like a big arrangement. You're out of the house, you got family, maybe went to the court. I don't know what it was.
It wasn't a big. It was a shot. It was a real shotgun at that point because.
Did you have a ceremony?
That was a real shotgun wedding.
We were going to do it with the reception, but like because Grace had a heart condition, we put off the date because she had heart surgery. So we're like, okay, well,
oh my God,
priority.
when?
And so we did
when she was like a little baby.
When
she
was like
in the first 3 months
old.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
so
yeah. Right out the bat, they're like, this one is a fucking.
So she gets pregnant out of wedlock to a Catholic theology teacher, and she teaches at the Catholic school.
Right.
Which is already
control,
that might be an issue for somebody to be dealing with, even just the feeling of going through that. Then go through the pregnancy.
And when she was pregnant, I had asked her to marry me mostly because I wanted to keep my job, right? So there.
Do you want to see the picture of me as a baby?
To be honest, they probably would have preferred that we got an abortion.
Whoa.
Has the scar and everything.
They sawed her sternum.
Look at that. Look at that scar. Oh, that was horrible.
They sawed her sternum.
Yeah.
Pulled it open and did surgery.
Bitch made heart. Bitch made heart.
Dude, if my baby came out and then needed heart surgery, I would be tripping out. That would have been so stressful. How did you feel?
Well, but as a man, I mean, when the baby is so young, right? So it's like she was just kind of a theory. I was there, but to me, she was kind of a theory. So when she came out, I didn't have an emotional connection. You know what I mean? I was just like, well, whatever.
Wow, that's
you know what I mean? Do you bond emotionally with prenatally with your kids?
Dude, the first time I ever saw my son, he was the firstborn, and then I held him, and he was like on my chest, and then they were like wrapping him after I like gave him back. They went in the little incubator for getting weighed and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little bit of recovery time, and then eventually we get out the hospital. And I'm getting him in a car seat for the first time and putting him in the car. I remember that was the moment. I didn't know that was going to happen to me when we put him in the car seat, coming home from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
The world did like a record scratch type of.
The world changed, right? Right. I think that's a common story we hear from a lot of dads. Now, I know Big Tech has his problems. He has a lot of problems, a lot of issues. But yeah. And when I first heard the news today, when I saw my son born, and I held him in my arms, like I cannot really explain what I felt. Now, when I held my daughter, I was like, okay, I'm holding what might be the devil. I'm joking. Hey, there's a reason why. Well, I can't say her name. Not gonna say her name. I was close. No, she's good. We just tease each other quite a bit in a very playful way. But having kids, man, it is so significant. And there's a weight to it. Like there's like gravity to the realization that your life has changed forever. Yeah.
Of like, whoa, like, because I was responsible for my baby and I was driving in a car, and it was like, I felt like vulnerable, and I felt like so responsible for like a life, and I was leaving the hospital where the caretakers are at, and it's just on us. And I was taking care of this child, and my whole world like changed.
A lot of guys say that. I didn't have that experience, but maybe it's because like I had taken care of kids since I was like 16 years old. I worked in daycare centers. I worked in after school care. I taught. So it's like, I had been like put in that position with like dozens of kids for years. So I didn't see that as particularly different. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But so I'm just saying that's my experience was like, this isn't a big deal. Like I've always been responsible for kids. And even when I was younger than 16, I took care of my two half sisters when they were very young all the time. So I was like a dad before I could have been a dad, if you know what I mean. And I was always like, I wasn't like a wild guy. So, so I think that may be that kind of different experience. You know, some people convert to Christianity because they get in this fucking crazy accident and then they're like, oh shit, I need something. Other people convert because they just think it's true and it's not like this, like, I am this terrible sinner kind of thing. You know what I mean? So for me,
I used to sit around.
Like, right,
I remember when he
cool.
was an infant, dude. Like I would sit around, like just like looking at him and tripping out. I could feel my love for him growing, dude.
Okay, so you actually
with the first time his eyes opened, I was like, "Whoa!" Like I saw him see me, and I had a moment of like, "Dude, he's alive like that." Oh my god, it was changing my world like crazy.
So actually, okay, so
like she and I, mom and me, used to get in little arguments sometimes when she would be like kind of tired and baby would cry and it's time to wake up and nurse him and stuff. She's a little grumpy, and I saw her move him a little too hastily, a little too rough, and I'd be like, "Yo, take it easy." I was like protective of him. I loved him fucking like crazy.
Okay, so you had the experience that much like Grace's mother had. She can't speak to this, but she was always like, this is a miracle. Wow, I can't believe God's given me this, especially since she had, partied, let's say.
But Ben, you didn't think that?
I don't think that's disparaging, but I think we know what that means. And she was amazed that she was given this great gift and everything was like seen as a miracle. Whereas I was like, yeah, it's cool, but it's not really like a big surprise to me. And
not a big deal. She's a kid.
And like, it's kind of boring. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for this kid to get older so I can have fun because.
Whoa. What do you mean by that, Ben? Man. The implications of that line. But no, man, like, being a dad, like rocking your baby to sleep and stuff and reading him stories and I would play a lot of music to see what they would respond to. And they don't believe me, but they actually did like heavy metal. They did. Now, it's probably because the distortion sounds like white noise, okay? But yeah, they were definitely, like my daughter, for instance, the first song she heard when she was born and the music that would put her to sleep was none other than Slayer of all bands. Yeah. One particular song would always do the trick. Skeletons of Society. And it would knock her out, dude. She would go to sleep. All right, there we go. And I loved it, dude. They like Cannibal Corpse? Cannibal Corpse is like a little got even hardcore for me, man. Damn. They're very hardcore.
I was like, I grew up around boys, so it's like I want to have fun with this kid. And I was the type of dad who like very early on would throw the kid like 20 feet up in the air and then catch them because I wanted to fuck around with the kids because, you know what I mean? It was just fun to have like little people to fuck around with. And even when during the breastfeeding, I would sometimes, because, they're just sitting there going like, right. And so I tried actually to I trolled the kids. Like I breastfed Grace once on
Why would you do that, Ben? Why would you torture Grace with your man nipple? Baby Grace, with your man nipple. Why would you even think about doing that?
Several times on my nipple just to irritate her. And she was like, eh. You know what I mean? I was like, well, it's just fun to play with kids and fuck around with them and troll them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I get that's your opinion.
But you see that as, okay, that's fine. So, and her mother was more like, oh, you should be careful. This is scary. They're delicate beings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably traumatized Grace, which is why she started masturbating at 5. I don't even really believe that story, by the way. Okay.
So my thing was kind of like, yeah, okay, these are like future buddies of mine. And so I didn't have that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
What do you think?
So, okay.
I'm curious to ask the question. What do you think is the role of a parent?
What is the role of a parent in a child's life?
Yeah.
I see. I don't think there is a parent. I think there's a role of a father and there's a role of a mother. Now, a father can be forced to play the mother role, and mother can be forced to play the father role. But I think the role of a dad, the role of a mother, is to build the kid up, and the role of the father is to chisel the kid into being an adult who's responsible. So I do think they're like kind of
See, that's where I disagree. I think the father and the mother can both build the child up. 100%. Like from when they're an infant, a toddler, and then when they're like, what do you call that? Prepubescent, a word I don't say often. Like you could teach the kids things. You can show them things to kind of like, you know what? So I'm a huge gamer. I love playing video games, right? And man, some of the fondest moments I had was when my boy was sitting next to me. We're on the couch, and we're playing like Mario. Now he had no idea what was going on, but he would try. He was not very good at it, but he would just sit there and watch me play. Actually, his favorite game to watch, the one he really liked, was Earthworm Jim. He loved that. He loved this so much. No? And then I would, man, like he was always a part of me in what I would do and going out and stuff. Like whenever I would take out the trash, he might come out with me with a trash bag of his own. A little, a 4-year-old walking with a trash bag behind him. Now, he had nothing in his bag, maybe one thing. Okay? Even at that age, we're showing him, hey, this is what you do. You got to take out the trash, man. Anyway, it's just, I see it differently. I see both the mom and the dad. They can build the kids up. The dad doesn't really have to chisel much of anything if you start from the beginning.
there are two sides that like can seem conflictual. Like I think the role of a dad with teenage boys is to get them to like sort of push the envelope and do like dangerous stuff, and then realize like, okay, there's a line. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what?
Like to embrace life with all of its, at a certain age,
Okay.
to embrace life with all of its dangers, so that they don't become little frail little babies who never get away from mommy. In a certain sense, the father's role is to pull the kid out of mom's apron strings or whatever, and kind of make them see that life is fun, and like, don't try to crawl back in mommy's vagina. It sucks.
Okay.
Whereas mom's role is not to say, hey, crawl back in my vagina, but like to kind of build them up so that they can take what dad then gives them and then become people. And I think relatively early on, you give them a lot of freedom to do as they see fit and don't try to micromanage them. That tends to be an unhealthy mommy thing. So anyway, but here's the role is like, let me turn it back on you. What do you think the role is of a mother towards her female children, towards her daughters, in regards to sexuality, and also as they get closer to puberty and through puberty?
I'm going to tell you guys right now, my daughter's like 9. And we have had no conversations about anything related close to sexuality with either one of them. Because why would I right now? Now, the moment my son starts doing what we all do as boys, I will have that talk. The moment my daughter gets her period, all right, honey, you're talking to her about that one. And honestly, ooh, boy.
Puberty kind of, what would you say that? Like,
Well, the mother's going to provide a bunch of nurturing, so that's like a responsibility. But then as far as a role...
No, specific to daughter. Like, what is, I like moms nurture both sides, but like specific kind of psychosexually with daughters. What do you think the mom's role is?
I think the mom is going to model the type of relationship that ideally the daughter's going to inherit some example from the mother about sexuality.
We should model femininity.
I mean, as far as sexuality, I don't know exactly about that, but like her relationship with you, the father, is going to be a model for how the daughter is going to be with her future mate. Something like that.
Well, model femininity, right? Ideally.
Yeah. Yeah, the feminine
role. So, like,
role.
when you say sexuality, like, I think kids have a vague sense that mommy and daddy are doing something in the bedroom. They should, right? They hear the wall get hit or someone groaning. And mom should come out of the bedroom smiling and say, like, your daddy and I love each other very much, and that's where you came from. Maybe you think that that's, like, wrong, but I think that's
I never
normal.
got it. I never heard the headboard knocking in my house. That was not an experience I had as a child. That was something that mom and dad did in private. I had no aware. That was not in my world.
So they kept it completely.
I told you guys my story. I did hear that when I was growing up, and I thought the whole house was shaking, right? I told you that story. Boy, I learned real fast. Whoa! The whole house was shaking. I thought there was an earthquake. Okay? Man, my dad's smile when I told him that was the biggest smile I think I've ever seen on him. At the time, I didn't even know. I did not understand why. But now looking back at that, oh, yeah, I understand why completely.
Separate.
Yeah.
But were you, do you know, were you in, like, say, I think there's something called attachment parenting, which I think can be good, it can be abused. Let's say when the kid gets home from the hospital, generally you got to be near the tit, right? And so some people put the mom in a different room for breastfeeding and say the dad needs to get some sleep so he can get to fucking work the next day. I think it's healthy to have the mom and the dad in bed and have like they make those little kind of cribs that attach to the bed so that like the mom could just lean over, feed the kid in the middle of the night, pop the kid over, fuck the dad, you know, whatever. Like this is all just going to be like a very early age. I think all that's super healthy.
Dude, and also when I had kids, when they're babies and they're in their crib, my wife and I did not have sex in that room ever at that point. Not when there was a baby in there. If the baby was at grandma's house or whatever, fine. Yeah, sure. But there was other rooms in the house where that stuff could happen.
Well, I don't remember what was going on when I was an infant because I was a little baby. So that could have been going on. I don't know.
Do you think that's like, did you see it? There are different models there. Some people would say like, okay, the mother, you know what I'm saying? If the dad is saying like, I got a job, I got to get to, I don't need to be part of this. You could put the mom in the nursery
job
and
you
have
got,
her doing
Ben?
this all night long.
Yeah, some people do that.
Right. So the dad gets like a straight 8 and can just get up and go. Because what's the point of him being annoyed by the kid? Right. But
Sure.
I think it's healthier to say like, nah, it's kind of like the teepee thing. You know, the Indians had the teepee. Everybody's kind of in there. But some
That's how
people
we
would
did
say
it with.
that
That's how we did it with my kids. They were right there in the room with us through the infancy.
okay, so for a while, right, until they're weaned, usually, right? So when they're no longer breastfeeding, they go to their own room. But
yeah,
you would recognize breastfeeding is a really important thing that, like,
yeah,
that does a lot of bonding. And,
so what? So is this like something? Yeah, so that Grace was getting breastfed, or there was a problem, or what? Was that
she had
how you
actually
guys
a
did it?
lot of conflicts breastfeeding wise with her mother. And what was interesting was the way it would happen. I didn't know shit about it, but there were actually.
Oh, here we go. Courtney's. He's gonna say Courtney tried to drown Grace.
It wasn't a medical intervention on this, but like, so what would happen is it's one of these chicken egg things, right? So I don't know where it began, but like, you know, sometimes the breast gets over full. Okay. Let's say that happened first. I don't know, but okay. So then you latch with your kid and you shoot the milk down her throat. Right. And the kid's almost like drowning in
becomes uncomfortable and yeah.
Okay. So then the kid pukes it back up because it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
But then the kid is actually hungry, starving, and then the next time sucks even harder. So you create this overproduction problem, right? And what the mother has to do, this is where I'm saying I took a few sips, because like the mother will express.
He took a few sips. Ben had to take a few sips from Courtney's boobs.
Now you can collect that stuff and like freeze it or whatever, but like, why, right? Because you're breastfeeding.
Yeah,
so
junk,
we
you
need
pump
extra
it.
for. But you can squirt it out into the sink.
Dude, and my wife had to pump like all the time. We had a freezer full of breast milk. And at the time, it was so much. It was so much of it. I looked at her, I was like, because I had Googled, I was like, did you know we can actually sell your breast milk? We could sell it. We're sitting on money right now. We could do some back alley deals and sell your breast milk to some weirdo who just wants to drink breast milk. She was tempted, but she said no. Man. That's why she's better than me. My better half, for sure.
Sink, or yeah, like dad can just have like say like, well, it's a free snack, it's like good for you, whatever, right? And why waste it? Okay, or whatever. Okay, but like leaving that aside, so you create this kind of thing where Grace becomes increasingly, like, let's say the kid becomes increasingly angry at the mother because she associates the breast with being like this difficult thing, and can actually start biting the nipple in frustration, which causes the mom to like, kind of get angry at the kid.
I believe I drew
for
blood
doing
a couple
this,
times.
and there needed to be an intervention where actually,
Oh, Grace, the demon baby would draw blood. Oh,
like there's this Catholic group that works through hospitals, and they're like, okay, this happens. It's not as easy as people would think. Like, breastfeeding is not as easy as people would think, especially if the mother has like issues. Because yes, it's a beautiful thing, but it can also be a thing that like is very frustrating. And then also as a mother, you feel like I'm fucking up. You don't want to create like a war, but it happens. So what they do is they calm the mother down and say like, okay, like this is a beautiful thing. Maybe you need to express, so you're not like gonna blast the kid, but it can never be the kid's fault. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It can never be the kid's fault. It's always the mom who has to like be the bigger person here, right? Okay, and so like I guess if things eventually worked out, obviously Grace was breastfed. She was a giant fat little monster. So like in the end, the nutrition happened, but there was a dynamic of setup of.
It's not uncommon for moms to go through all
tension.
sorts of issues in the early time. They can have postpartum depression, whatever that is.
Yeah.
They can be anxious. They can be like they can become malnourished. They can not be getting enough sleep. They can become insomniatic or whatever.
Yeah.
There's all sorts
It's not
of
right. Exactly. It's going to bring out issues.
motherhood, especially the first time, can be it can be an ordeal. Look at that.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. So
And
yeah,
a lot of moms can result.
It is on. It is on.
Don't.
Sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of moms who don't do the exercises ahead of time that you're supposed to do can end up with like physiological damage that they resent the kid on because like you wrecked mommy's pussy, right? And have this kind of, whatever, right? Like, so.
Yeah, they can
the
go
extreme
through
of that is.
Mom can end up in a crisis mode. She's like, my body's just different. I'm in a new phase of life now. I have all this responsibility. The baby's crying all the time. And am I good at this? Am I in over my head? Oh my God. You women.
Exactly. Right.
and where was Ben in all this? Like, not really caring. Only be like, ooh, can I suck your tit, Courtney, so I can get some milk?
And sometimes they can be in over their head.
Yeah.
Like where the mom like kills the kid and says like,
happens.
society says like, no. You should have had a different plan here. You got yourself in a bad headspace.
My chat's
And you
asking,
should
is
now go to
Grace
jail for
pregnant?
murder.
Is that the point of this conversation? Grace, are you expecting?
I wish. I would love to have a little baby. He's so cute.
Wait, whoa. How are you going to have a little baby, Grace? You don't have a boyfriend other than your dad.
Okay, so
But not yet.
now Grace,
I'm my own grandpa. Little incest joke. But okay.
no, now okay, so Grace, so there was tension from the very beginning there,
Okay.
and there's a consistent pattern. Grace, what you're saying is so. When I'm saying you're saying like psychosexual, what are you talking about? It seems like
By the way, we got into this conversation when Ben introduced the Matrix, and we still don't really understand the Matrix.
you're kind of pearl clutching, but like there is sexuality is part.
Now, wait a minute. Dude, I saw that in the chat. Let me see your name right. Itkovian, and I read that as Ethan Ralph's voice. No, wait a minute, Matt. Oh man, was that a mission? I think it was. Man, that hard AF chug was pretty good. It has me looking for other liquor I can drink here other than beer because I don't want to pack on the pounds. Hold on 1 second.
Part of humanity for all people, including kids. But obviously it's different when you hit puberty than prior to that. But there is a kind of ethos in a household of sexuality, right?
Okay, so you're not saying anything disparaging about mom, and you're not allowed to, and you're not doing that. And we're examining this matrix that you have about the creepy dad, brat, kid, cut queen dynamic. And
but I'm asking you because you push back on, like, I don't know what you mean by psychosexual. I'm just saying that, like, parents can say, okay, the kid's going to be with us while the breastfeeding goes on, then we'll move the kid to the nursery, and then we'll like kind of lock the door when we're having sexual activity, or they can keep the door open and the kid can come in if she's like having nightmares, or you can have a monitor, right? But there's a way in which you are going to deal with the fact that you're sexually active and there's now a child in your life. I'm just saying there has to be some sort of philosophy there, right?
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's got their style.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
And what it should be is healthy. But if the child is born and then the mother just like drops sexual activity with the dad because she's like, always, I got to take care of the kid, that's like a huge crisis for that marriage.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Right? Like the best thing for that kid is for that mom. Most important thing for that kid is for that mom to maintain the bond with the father. Right? And if she fucks that up.
Speaking of, I did walk in on you guys a couple times, but that's not, I think maybe once. But I'm not talking about that. Speaking of like this whole like mommy and daddy got to go do stuff. You and mom would disappear upstairs for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. And mom would come back downstairs with her hair tousled and like whatever, like obviously had done something. And I was old enough to recognize that at the time.
Well, I did find some vodka actually. What's left of this Tito's? Not much. Maybe enough for 2 shots at that. So I'll just drink it straight up. I mean, not right now. Oh, we can make that thing. For the next membership, a generous super chat. Generous is what you want to think it is. I will drink out of this bottle. Okay.
And I remember being very angry, not because you guys were doing whatever, but because it just seemed selfish to me. Like, really, you guys are up there for
it shouldn't
all
take that
hours.
Long. It shouldn't take that long.
Like, just to like have fun with each other or whatever. Like, that just seems selfish. That was my take on it at the time.
Wait, what? I missed something when I went to go fetch my liquor.
Most important thing for that kid is for that mom to maintain the bond with the father, right? And if she fucks that up.
Speaking of, I did walk in on you guys a couple times, but that's not, I think maybe once. But I'm not talking about that. Speaking of like this whole like mommy and daddy got to go do stuff. You and mom would disappear upstairs for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. And mom would come back.
6 hours? 6 hours. You don't need 6 hours to just bang. What are we talking about? I mean, it's not like Ben Thorp over there is some sort of like sex machine or something, okay? No. Like you just need like 5 minutes. And 3 of those minutes of cleanup, dude. Okay? Like this is ridiculous.
Back downstairs with her hair tousled and like whatever.
Now, if you include foreplay and everything, okay. All right. You can get a good maybe like 30 minutes in there. What are you doing? But you have a kid. You have kids. You can't be gone for that long.
Like obviously had done something, and I was old enough to recognize that at the time. And I remember being very angry, not because you guys were doing whatever, but because it just seemed selfish to me. Like, really, you guys are up there for
it shouldn't
all
take that
hours.
Long. It shouldn't take that long.
Thank you.
Like just to like have fun with each other or whatever. Like that just seems selfish. That was.
Thank you for the membership. I will drink this vodka from the bottle. Thank you.
Was my take on it at the time.
It shouldn't take that long, right?
Yeah.
These were mostly like bizarre sort of like psychotherapy sessions about like what's the problem, with peppered with some physical activity that was off, I would say, but I'm not supposed to disparage. But I'm just saying from Grace's point of view. Okay, so I'm gonna get to this like thing of like, so Grace, can you just please like, so you use this one example of the finger smelling. Okay, so but what I want to get to is like, Big Tech, you're saying like, okay, so as a parent here who's saying like I'm kind of like not good with like sexuality, like I'm sort of an amateur here. The dad is more the pro here, but granted, she's the female, I'm the male, because she takes it upon herself to do a regime of finger sniffing, which Grace experiences as one of her earliest memories of being humiliated.
What?
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't you say that? That's clearly what's going on. Because it wasn't like mommy's gonna help you or whatever. It was just like,
well, it was like after nap time.
Show me
like,
your fingers, right?
Well, it was this interrogation, and I would lie because I was like, oh, she'd be like, so did you do it? And I didn't know you didn't know about it. I assumed it was.
And by the way, Grace said she started doing this when she was 5. This is why this story doesn't make any sense to me. Can you imagine a 5-year-old Grace having this sort of conversation with Courtney?
Okayed by you.
No idea.
But it'd be like, did you do it? And I'd be like, no. And then she would be like, give me your fingers. So.
Okay, so there wasn't a conversation about any of this, and I can understand.
No. The conversation was when I came into your bedroom and said, like, well, when people touch themselves down there, why does it feel good? Like, is that okay for people to do? And I thought you guys knew that I was like semi-confessing.
Well, your mother seemed to know that.
You didn't. I didn't. But she understood that, and that it wasn't like a private conversation where she was like, "Hey, Grace, you shouldn't do that for X, Y, Z." It was just like
my take on it is like
started interrogating
Grace is a weirdo
about it.
Yeah, I don't understand. She's just a weirdo. Didn't occur to me that. Although I had worked in a daycare center and I had seen, especially little girls do this.
Ben worked at a daycare? Ben, what did you see little girls do?
It's when they're 5, sometimes right before taking a nap. It's just like self-soothing. It's like sucking your thumb. But I never made a big deal of it. And my intuition when there was a particular girl who was doing that and I was like watching the nap room, I was like, if the other kids don't notice it, no problem. I'm not going to bring it up to the parents. I'm not going to bring it up to the other staff. Not a biggie at all. You know, like, who cares? You're promiscuous with yourself. Who cares? It's just, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Just like sort of a natural soothing. It's not a sign of anything. Can be a sign of like molestation, but like it's also like just some girls are just wound.
No. God. Why? Why? This is painful for my to my ears, man, and to my brain. It really is.
Up and they'd soothe themselves, like sucking your thumb. Granted, sucking your thumb in an inordinate way can be a big problem, but also I think like if a kid's sucking his thumb, like mostly just let the other kids go. Like it's time to let that go. You know what I mean?
I've never had to deal with that, so yeah, I don't know. I would probably ask somebody if I was concerned, but yeah, I've never encountered that. You kind of, I don't know. You just kind of like hope for the best. You know, it's kind of like if your son's playing with Barbie dolls a lot. You might say like, okay, it's probably just a phase. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go like, you need to get out on the soccer field, son. Don't be a pussy, right? But like, if it gets to a certain point, you might be like, you're kind of acting like a girl. What's up?
Exactly, chat. This dude belongs in a freaking wood chipper. Then your blood would be better suited and nourishing the ground so the crops can grow. Because the crops don't care what you think. They just want your blood. And anyway, let's just go. After this, actually, there is a vodka bottle. It's a Sky vodka. It's a huge bottle. So, holy crap.
Right.
Yeah, if I caught him just sitting around brushing Barbie's hair for hours or something, I'd be...
Right, and being like, I'm going to
bake
bake daddy, like, in my... in Sissy's oven. I'm gonna bake him like cookies and he brings it in and he's like, Daddy, do you like this? It's like kind of weird. It's like, dude, what's up? You need to be the Iron Chef, not the right. Okay, so it's intuitive. You're not gonna shame him because that's gonna cause all kinds of confusion. But here you have like a very weird angle. I think you would say that it's alienating to humiliate a little girl because and no explanation given. Just like give me the fingers.
All right, yeah. So let's. I think we got the scoop.
Is this a one-off? Is this a one-off, or is this part of a pattern? That's what I'm trying to establish.
I see. Yeah. So we'll.
Okay, so then
add that to the story.
There's two things about periods. Number one, I was at a birthday party with when I was maybe 11. There were a bunch of girls there who were a bit older than me, and they were like, "Oh, Emily got her period, whatever." And I had no idea what that was. So when but I was like curious. But I asked the girls, and they were like, "Oh, you don't get it, or whatever." So I was like, "Okay." So when I got home, I asked my mom what a period was, and she goes like, Don't ask about that. Don't think about that. That's not for you to think about. Like, she was like, not angry at me per se, but like hostile, like concerned. Like I had just asked her like what rape is or something. And I was like, what? This is like something bad.
Like guns or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, hey mom, what's PCP or something? And she was just like.
Maybe she didn't want to think of you being old enough for a period because of the, what can happen because of that. Yeah. Anyway.
Don't, those girls were wrong for bringing that up around you. Don't worry about that. Don't talk about that. That's not for you to think about. And I had no idea why she was so upset about it because it seemed like the girls weren't talking about it in a way where it was like evil or anything. And then when I actually did get my first period.
Okay, wait. So let's do a little analysis there.
Very angry.
Is that wrong? Is that weird at all for a daughter to, at that age, a year before puberty, to go to her mother and ask about that?
No, it's not weird.
It's totally normal, right? It'd be weird to go to your dad because obviously.
Yeah, if my daughter went to me, I'd be like, you need to talk to your mom about that. But I mean, it's natural. It's gonna happen. Means you're growing up. Yeah, but talk to your mom.
It seems it makes more sense to go to the female, to go to the mom. Yeah,
right.
And I don't know if it'd be weird. She would go to the one who she trusts the most with the question. But if she doesn't even know that it's an awkward question to ask, asking it like what could possibly be the problem with asking your parent for any information at all?
But it would be the same sex parent, right? It would be the female parent who would be the obvious.
I mean, that seems like the more normal. Yeah, it seems more obvious. Yeah.
Okay. Right, and that it's kind of like not dad's realm.
Yeah, why would you
I
go
had
to
some
dad?
idea that it had to do with women because all these girls were talking about it.
Yeah,
and kind of laughing at me for not knowing what it was.
Right.
Okay, so what is that
inside joke among the girls? So you went and asked your mom.
Yeah. That's what happened. She was, she wasn't angry at me, like yelling at me per se, like she thought I was a bad girl, but it was like this big thing, like, Grace is asking about this.
Right. On the male side, it's like asking your dad to show you about shaving or something, right? Like asking you like what's up with razors and shaving. And the normal thing is like,
right.
You kind of joke around like,
or what's up with this thing like where, hey dad, how come every morning I wake up and my dick is rock hard? Like what's going on? It's like, oh, that's
I don't think boys.
I don't think I've ever asked my dad what that's about. Ever. Maybe it's totally different for boys because like we don't bleed from our dick. If we did that, if I bled from my dick for like 7 days, however long periods last for, I think I would be asking my parents, what is wrong with me? I'm bleeding. Do I need a Band-Aid? Anyway. Yeah. Who discusses the morning wood? No one discusses the morning wood. It just happens and you figure it out real fast on your own. Like, oh, whoa, okay. This thing's useful for something. I'm sure it will be later on.
I don't think boys tend to do that. They tend to do that with peers. Like,
yeah, but if he did, if he had a relationship with his dad, he was like, if I was gonna ask, I probably wouldn't ask my mom if I was gonna ask somebody. If I had no idea what was going on, I'd probably ask my dad.
Right.
So that's
like a boy showed me this like website or something, right? He might come to you and be like, "What's up?" And I'd be like, mostly like, I think the dad should be mostly like fist bump. Welcome to the world of.
But either way, you still might ask your mom
sexuality.
when you're that young. Like I imagine if I was a kid and I didn't know what boner meant, and all my friends were snickering about it, and like you haven't got a boner yet or something. If I was a little kid, and I'd be like, "What's a boner?" I might have asked my mom, like, "Mom, what's a boner?" Because I had no idea.
But are we talking about?
And that part I understand. You hear something weird, like what is this? You might want an answer. You're gonna ask someone, but hopefully you can ask one of your friends who can tell you what a boner is. Not your mom. That'd be kind of awkward.
Like 13, 14 years old, or are we talking?
Oh, they were that age? Yeah, I already knew.
I didn't have puberty.
11.
Boys
I
hit
think I was
puberty.
11. What is the typical age for a girl to get her period? Isn't around 11?
You're 11.
Later. Boys hit puberty later, though. So.
I
Yeah,
was
it's
certainly
still.
in elementary school. I was in elementary school. I think it was in 4th grade, maybe.
Yeah, before teen,
I remember
almost
at that-
anything you're gonna ask your mom. Yeah.
Wait. You're in elementary school, 4th grade. And that's when you got your period? You wouldn't be 11 then. You would have been younger then. Back that up.
World of.
But either way, you still might ask your mom
sexuality.
when you're that young. Like I imagine if I was a kid and I didn't know what boner meant, and all my friends were snickering about it, and like you haven't got a boner yet or something. If I was a little kid, and I'd be like, "What's a boner?" I might have asked my mom, like, "Mom, what's a boner?" Because I had no idea.
But we talking about like 13, 14 years old, or are we talking?
Oh, they were that age? Yeah, I already knew.
I
didn't have
think I was
puberty.
11.
Boys
I
hit
think I was
puberty
11.
later. Boys hit puberty later, though. So.
I
Yeah,
was
it's
certainly
still.
in elementary school. I was in elementary school. I think it was in 4th grade, maybe.
No, there's no way you were in 4th grade at 11 years old. There's no way. There's no way. You know how I know that? I mean, my son was in 5th grade and he was 10. He's 11 now. And he's going on to 6th grade. Like her timeline doesn't make any sense unless she was held back a couple times or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, before teen,
remember
almost
at that-
anything you're gonna ask your mom. Yeah.
At 14?
No, I said before teenagers. Yeah, so at 11.
Oh,
like Grace
okay,
was.
yeah. Like, I mean, I remember saying, like, what is a blow job? What does that mean? Well, who is blowing on something? Isn't it a suck job? Or how does that even work? You know what I mean? But like, I remember we came across in the neighborhood a stash that was behind a shed behind someone's house of like straight up pornos, and they were pretty hardcore for the time. It wasn't just Playboys. I didn't bring it up to either of my parents, but I grabbed one of the magazines and tried to put it in like a plastic bag and hide it back in the woods. And I subsequently
Somebody
went to
said-
dig it up and it disintegrated.
Is that true?
They asked their mom what a pimp was.
Chemoflop, is that true? Or are you trolling me? Is it real? Should I
But
bring
okay,
it up and show
so
the Thorps?
what do you think of that as the same sex?
Monterow, Grace stayed back only like 4 times. She's actually 28, and she's probably still in 6th grade, actually. Next time I get to talk to Grace, be like, okay, are you still in 4th grade? Are you? How do we know that you're not?
Parental reaction. Like, can you see a pattern here?
Yeah, I mean that sounds like somebody who's not, fielding the softball very well there.
Okay, so there's a kind of hostility to things that there shouldn't be hostility to.
Yeah. So what was the deal? Why was she all worked up about it? Did you ever figure that out?
Well, let's do one more. Okay, so then, when the actual
when I actually got my first period, it was a very weird experience. Because at that point, I had figured out on my own some kind of like American Girl book or whatever, like this is what happens to your body or whatever. So I was like, oh, okay, I know what this is. But I had really no idea how to deal with it. I'm not going to get into too many details, but
the mechanics. There's a mechanics issue there.
Yeah, what she didn't
and
do was
so-
the right thing, which is
Tampons,
something
pads,
something
maxi,
like,
whatever.
oh, honey, a period. Oh, wow, that's
No, so
that's like
she
that's
threw
oh, you're
a-
becoming such a young little lady. It's time for you to ask grown-up questions.
Exactly.
This is something
Right.
that happens to all women when you come into the age where your body's getting ready to become a mommy. So you're nowhere near that age yet, but there's going to be some years leading up to that time where your maternal parts are coming online, and there's going to sometimes be this thing that happens to you. Something like that is the right answer, right?
Yeah.
It happens to me. It happens to your aunt. It happened to your grandma. It happens to.
You can do a science thing of saying every month your body gets ready to possibly have a baby, and then every month it has to like recycle.
Yeah, we get how it works, but I guess that you can
again.
explain it in a sensible way. Like, hey, your body makes the eggs, and just like chickens lay eggs, your body actually has eggs in them. And once a month, if it doesn't, if it's not a baby, your body's going to get rid of it and get a fresh one ready for the next month. That's how your body works.
Right.
Any more
The main
questions?
thing is like, this isn't a
I wish you
disease.
did
You're
my
not
mommy.
sick. This isn't like there's blood involved, but this is not a problem. This is actually healthy.
Yeah.
Anyways, not to get too much into it, but it's like kind of scary for a girl the first time, whatever. But anyways, so we were
And
on
also, by the
vacation.
way, you're gonna.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Anyone who's like bleeding from their crotch is going to be scary for the first time.
Start bleeding and it's going to freak you out and you're going to think you're going to die and it's going to hurt really bad and you're going to hate your life for a little while and it's horrible and it's part of the curse of being a woman. Welcome to adulthood. Any more questions?
I don't think it hurts really bad.
Well, the cramping. And
Whoa, Ben's like, I don't think periods hurt bad. Like, Ben would know. What does Ben know about that? But Ben, the expert on everything, Ben claims periods do not hurt. Ladies in the chat, how bad is it? I mean, on a scale between 1 and 10, 1 is like nothing at all. All right. But 10 is like, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever.
all that stuff.
It hurts.
Oh, okay.
Women feel like shit
The
at once a
actual
month.
thing doesn't hurt.
That's what they tell us.
That's what they tell us. Yeah. All right. So moving on. So she fucked that one up.
So I'm like, okay, mom, this is happening, and I'm in my room at the vacation house, and she throws a pad and a tampon in there, and she's like, just do it, just put them on or whatever. And I was like, a tampon? I have no idea how to deal with this. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know which hole it goes in. Like, I don't know. And like,
Sticking tampons up her ass.
Yeah. Okay, Ben beat me to it. He's right there.
I'm not very bright.
Grace,
I'm nervous,
let me ask
know
you a
what I mean?
question real quick. Did you feel like your mom liked you?
No.
I feel like she didn't like you.
I would say when I was younger, she thought I was very funny and like appreciated me. But then as I got older,
But in this way that was like, wow. I would
we
say
were never
from my
close.
experience.
The idea of liking me, we didn't really have much of a relationship except her telling me what to do because I was the oldest kid, so I was in charge of taking care of all the other kids.
Oh yeah. By the time you're
Yeah,
11, how
we
many more
didn't
kids were
have-
there? But you were 11, and there was.
I think they were. No, I was 12 when I got my period, so all of them were born at that point.
So there was 5 others besides you. Is there 6 total?
Yeah.
So she had her
Because
hands
at that
full,
house-
and she just wanted you to figure shit out and leave her alone. Except for
Yeah,
once in a while, she
but
wanted to tell
that
you
was
like,
the
don't do
attitude
that.
That was the attitude towards the period. So she threw it in me, and I was like, I don't know how to do the tampon thing. I don't know. And she was like, do you want me to come in there and do it for you? And I was like, oh,
Jeez.
okay, no, I don't.
Okay, but even if you're
So
really
she threw a tub
busy,
of
like
Vaseline in there at me and was like, well, this'll work. And I was like,
No
what?
way.
Yeah, no, she actually did. Yeah, no, she
Bro.
did. So I'm sitting there coating a tampon with Vaseline. I'm like, I don't want her to come in here and do anything with me. So,
Wait, do you have to coat a tampon with Vaseline? What the hell?
it's like slipping out. I'm like, fuck, I have no idea what it is. I had to figure it out on my
okay,
own eventually.
and I had no idea. It was never.
Actually, it sounds like Courtney did have her hands full with other kids there. And Ben not being a father when the kids needed them. Like, I was always around my kids. Like, dude, like, it was great. Great times. Still great times, man. My son and I went on a walk today. Yeah. Anyway.
Brought to my attention by either Grace or
Yeah,
her
Chad,
mother.
I didn't
Like,
think
this
you
was just
needed
all done on the
Vaseline
side,
for
and I
a
can
tampon.
understand that. It's like it's not a dad
What
thing.
was the
I
deal,
actually-
Ben? Was she like a sexually like prudish or something? Was she like repulsed
Well,
or
I think
scared
there was
of
this
sexuality?
idea that this is like sort of daddy issues. I think there was this idea. My dad left me. He abandoned the family, which actually is not exactly what happened, but there was this absolute like kind of narrative. My dad abandoned the family. I got sexually active at 15 with this football player who was an asshole, and
This is her story. Got it.
I have had a lot of like always like these guys were assholes, right? And
Wait, can I say something really quick?
so sexual. Wait.
Casey in the chat says-
So I remember. Okay, go ahead.
She just said, who gives a virgin a tampon? That's another part of it. Like, yeah, that is weird for a mom to do. It is strange. I'm sorry. That's just like, now that I know, that is a good point. Like, not a big deal, but it is kind of weird to do. Most people don't do that.
And see, like, I wouldn't even know that to
Give a virgin a tampon? What are you talking about? I would imagine most 11-year-olds are virgins. So, like, what do you mean? A mom giving an 11 to 12-year-old a tampon for the period? How's that weird? Is a pad better? I don't know about that area.
To this day, I don't know how tampons work or anything about any of that stuff. I just don't know. So I don't see why I would ever know. I would give it to an aunt.
Okay.
I mean, I get the basic logistics of it, but I really just don't think it's a dad's job. If the man isn't married, the wife dies. It's like the aunt's job in that case. You got to find a female to do that. I think it's really weird for a dad to be like, okay, you know, unless you're on a desert island, and then I guess it's like, all right, let's try to figure this out together. Let me read the back of the the tampon case. You're on a desert island, but you still have tampons. But whatever. I would say probably let's save the tampons for like.
I would
getting
never
wrath
have
out of
wanted to
them.
ask you about.
It's like
it,
a small.
never. I would
It's
have
not
asked
a small
friend
diaper.
before.
Gotcha.
It's not a small dick.
No,
Don't get too excited.
Chat
about
says it's a
tampons.
small
It is,
diaper.
honestly. It is kind of a small dick. But anyways.
Yeah.
But
All
anyway,
right.
so I remember going through, and I guess I'm risking going to jail for this, but I remember at a certain point when all this stuff came out, I was like, okay, and so we had a second daughter, and I was like, so what would be, let's say you were the fun aunt, right? Who's like the crazy aunt who's got the jewelry or whatever, and like, let's try to role play that this time when Maggie hits puberty, which she hadn't at the time. Like, what would be the fun aunts like kind of thing? Like, oh my God, you're becoming a young woman, right? Like, oh my God, boys, right? Like, let's get it. Now you can wear like big girl clothes and dresses and whatever. This will be super fun. And at the end of it, she just cut me off and said, like, this is what I would say to her. It's fucking brutal.
Doing what?
To become a woman.
Oh.
That
Because
was
men
also,
just want to because men just want to fucking use you.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sex. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess
Ooh,
that role play
wow.
didn't go very well. But it was kind of illuminating. You know what I mean? So this is idea. And she's not the only person, but a lot of women.
Were you
say,
just using her
"My
for
experience
sex?
of sexuality."
Was it true?
What's that?
Were you just using her for sex? Was it true?
Oh, in my case?
Yeah. Were you using Grace just for sex? Did Big Tech really just slide that question in there?
Yeah.
Well, I have eventually been put in this category of people who are abusive, right?
But was
So,
it
I'm
true
saying-
that you were just using her for sex? Did you like love her?
No.
Okay.
But
maybe-
also,
so was she right?
There was very little activity in that realm,
Oh, okay. Talk about Courtney.
and it was awful. So
Yeah. Yeah. But
I
you,
think
so-
she knew I wasn't really.
so you said it was a shotgun marriage. You had used her for sex. That resulted in a pregnancy. The marriage
Or
was
she had
to
used
keep your
me.
job.
She-
What you
she had
just
used-
said.
Well, okay, so now we can get into this whole thing is like when a woman gets pregnant in America,
Yeah.
a white woman who's grown up in the suburbs and gotten all the, like, education about sex, and at age 28 or 29 gets pregnant, despite there being very little activity, but not none. Is that really, who's responsible there? I mean, don't women know how to like avoid this if they want?
Yeah,
to
maybe
avoid
she
it?
did it on purpose. Maybe she thought you would love her.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a woman approaches, let's say a woman, like this is a typical thing, right? I don't quite understand it, but like, so you're raised in an upper middle class household. Okay, so you've got a house in a really nice neighborhood in, what's
Okay.
considered one of the best places to live, New Hampshire. You have a
Alright.
summer home. Your mom's got mink coats. You've got a speedboat. You're in a country club. Okay, so
Uh-huh.
like, you can't use the ghetto excuse here, right?
I didn't
Now,
get
granted-
educated.
Excuse for what?
For
Not
like,
knowing how
I
to do
don't
that.
know how reproduction works, and I don't know how to avoid pregnancy, and
But can I add something?
know-
Okay, so my mom does have a story. So apparently she was just replaying her trauma in a certain way of her mom throwing an American Girl, "This is how your body works" book at her, or like a period kit or something, and not explaining any of that to her as well.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't she have that?
it's
story?
multi-generational. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I wanted to say, she also had this really weird thing about training bras. Now, not to get into it too much, but like, obviously at a certain point it becomes embarrassing for an 11 or 12-year-old girl to be walking around without a training bra on because everything's puffy and sore, let's just say. So I have to beg her for like weeks, like, can I please get a training bra? And Amazon didn't exist at that point, or we didn't have it. So I'm like, please, like, it's super embarrassing. We go to Walmart, and it was it was very humiliating. Instead of letting me go to the dressing room, she just puts them on over my chest in the aisle where people are just walking by us. And like, she's like shoving them on me and like pinning them to see if they fit. And it was just very humiliating. It was an awful experience. And I
She was like, Mom knows best. This is going to work for you.
hated it because, I mean, you could say it's not that big a deal, but like, it is a big deal at that age. Like, you just want a lot of privacy and to say, like, okay, I don't want to be humiliated. I don't want to be exposed publicly. You know, this is very embarrassing.
No one was really watching you, Grace. Don't worry about it.
It's like putting a jock strap on a guy or something. Like,
I know, right? In 2014, Amazon didn't exist. No, Amazon existed. They just went to Walmart. Her story doesn't make any sense. But also, it's Walmart. No one's really watching. And besides, it's Walmart. People are in their pajamas and stuff, okay? It's not like you're in Target or Target, okay? You're not there with your Starbucks, a little fancy latte, getting yourself some training bras and stuff. Nah.
just over his clothes. Anyway, so it was a continued pattern of this like weird hostility about puberty and sex.
I would say the analogous thing is like walking in on your son while he's jerking off, right?
Wow.
No, that's not analogous at all.
And right, kids jerk off, boys jerk off, and if you somehow, because I remember when I was a kid. Okay, so
I was going to guess the thing you were going to say next. I wasn't going to be.
I remember at one point I was a kid and I jerked.
Taking your daughter to Walmart for training bras is analogous to walking in on your son jerking off? Did I miss something here, chat? Wow, there's like a big leap right here. I'm not. Yeah. I need more vodka to understand what's going on here.
Jerked off, but I had a lot of blast, let's say. And so I remember at one point, I was on the bed jerking off, and
all right,
the ejaculate ended up.
Tell me all about it.
Across the room, and my mother came in, and she knew what it was, right? And I hadn't left it there for her to see it, but she's like, "What is this?" You see what I'm saying? And it's like, bitch, just let it go, just clean it up. The guy, if anything, you should say like, "Well, he can blast across the room." Good.
Wait, you made your mom clean up your own jizz? What the hell? What the fuck? Dude, this gets wilder by the minute. Just when I think we're done. What is the next thing Ben is going to say?
Good for him, right? And I also remember my stepfather walking in when I'm literally jerking off. Well, he should have fucking knocked, excuse me, right? So he walked in, didn't really say anything about it, walked out. It's tough, but like...
We're going to finish this bottle tonight.
I don't know exactly how you handle
right
that,
now.
but what you don't do is say like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? As an older man, you don't go like, we need to like this. You see what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah. You don't.
And I use another example.
Yeah.
I use another example. My dad, because my parents were separated, he had a small apartment, and he had like a queen size bed, and then he had a separate bed, but like for when we stayed over. But he always had two of us, so one would be in the bed, and then one would be with him in the bed, which I don't think is a big problem. But at a certain point, I think he recognized that like I got a boner, and I was like kind of, let's say,
no way. Is he really going to tell the story where he humped his dad's leg to completion? Is he going to tell that story?
I use another example.
Yeah.
I use another example. My dad, because my parents were separated, he had a small apartment, and he had like a queen size bed, and then he had a separate bed, but like for when we stayed over. But he always had two of us, so one would be in the bed, and then one would be with him in the bed, which I don't think is a big problem. But at a certain point, I think he recognized that like I got a boner, and I was like kind of, let's say, rubbing against him or something like that. In my memory of it, he didn't say shit about it, but the next time I came over, he like made sure there was another.
How was Big Tech like not reacting to this? Like in the way you would think most people would. He's just there. He's like, okay.
That up, which I think was beautiful. I think he handled that beautifully. I wasn't being like a homo, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like he probably was aware of it. It probably was like a furtive little thing. And he's just...
You were rubbing your boner against your dad's leg. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Your stepdad's leg.
Like, well, it's time for us to sleep in separate beds, which you could argue probably he should have done that ahead of time, not wait until I hit puberty to like not have me sleep in a bed with him. But like he handled it fine. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know what I'm saying? But it was like a little bit like
He was probably horrified. He was like, holy crap. Oh my God. We can get so gross with this little like mental illustration here of what Ben just said. But we don't need that. Yeah, I think I'm going to chug the rest of this bottle. And if we want to do anything more, you guys let me know, okay? There's another bottle of vodka over there. Wow. A lot of this liquor was just given to me by my wife's girlfriend. I mean, they're not girlfriends. I mean, it'd be kind of interesting if they were, but they're not.
okay, like when it was in the different. He didn't make a
I don't condone that, by the way.
big deal of it. Like, now
Was it a
he's
big
living
deal
over
to
here.
you at the time, or you're just saying looking
Yeah,
back?
it was because I felt, like you don't exactly know what's real in a dream or what I was doing or whatever. But at a certain age, you'll rub your dick up against almost anything, right? And I did. I made love to vacuum cleaners, outlets, and warm outlets at the YMCA. I would just like make sure to go over. You know what I mean? You're just like, okay,
A vase?
stupid shit.
Vacuum cleaners, outlets, warm outlets at the YMCA? Dude. What a mess.
Toilet bowl. I remember my first one was the toilet bowl, the cardboard inner circle of a toilet paper roll, and I would lube it, and then I'd get all fucking chafed. I actually broke my dick once trying to like drive my dick into a mattress, which is like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And I was like, it actually goes like, and you're like, oh shit, that's stupid. How am I gonna fuck a mattress? Anyways, you get like cold cuts and you warm them up in the microwave, and then you burn your dick a little bit.
Cold cuts, you warm them up in the microwave, and you burn your dick. I've never thought about sticking my dick in a cold cut. An Arby's sandwich. Okay? But in retrospect, looking at some of the women in my life, I think I did stick my dick in an Arby's sandwich, for sure. Might as well have. Anyway.
Whatever, right?
My favorite one is he said he had a
Chat,
vase
you guys
and
all did that
he
too,
had a
right?
vase-
You all
he had
did all
a
that
vase-
stuff too, right, chat?
He drilled
Yeah,
a hole in the bottom of the vase so that he wouldn't have the
much
suction
later.
They're
problem.
saying no, man. I don't know, man.
And then
Well,
when he,
I mean, you're
when
a
he pleasured,
kid.
when he pleasured the vase, he like cut the tip of it at the end of the hole, which had been drilled and wasn't smooth.
Well, at a certain
So Ben fucked a vase. A vase. A glass one? Like you're just gonna cut your dick.
point, you try to do deluxe jerking off, right? And
Yeah, PDO, I wasn't really sure what he said there, but the YMCA, an air outlet. An air outlet. An air outlet at the YMCA gym. Like the hot air blower in the bathroom? How do you get up there to fuck it? How do you get up? How do you do that? What? Shut up. Yeah, but yeah. It could have been code for a gay man's mouth. Yeah, it could have been at this point.
and then you realize it's just really, you can't really go there. But there was a point at which I was like, okay, like there were these small vases you get up at Salvation Army for $1.
A vacuum outlet? I'm not aware of any vacuum outlets at the YMCA. I've been to the YMCA many times. I mean, I guess there's a secret room for vacuum outlets where you just stick your dick in. I have no idea. A central vent? Oh, maybe. A vent. He fucked a vent.
It's kind of like an early fleshlight, but it doesn't have any flesh. It's just ceramic. But then you realize there's a suction problem because as you go in, it like kind of farts out around your dick, like. And then as you're pulling out, it's like this kind of crazy suction. Anyway, so my idea was to relieve the problem by drilling a hole in the bottom, but ceramic doesn't exactly. I wasn't using the proper bit, And so the hole was like sharp. So my dickhead got like cut, you know, and I was like, okay. Yeah. And then I had a breakup with the actual little vase. Like I was at I went down to the sewer drain in the road, and I was like, that's it. I'll see you. Right. Because I didn't want to put it in the garbage, because then I go into the garbage and try to pick it back out again. You know what I mean? So I was like, so I just, anyways. So
he couldn't get away with it. He couldn't just throw it away because he knows he'll just pick it back up, because he couldn't stop having sex with a vase.
Whatever.
On the same note, my dad once attempted to steal pornography magazines from a library, jumped out the bathroom window, and the 2 librarians chased him out of the library.
Yeah. Classic kind of 80s, 90s.
Classic 80s hijinks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My mom threw away my best porno mag, right? And then because I was like a kind of Christian guy, I would like get the magazine, then I would throw it out. And then like 2 days later, I would go rummaging through the garbage. And it's this kind of ridiculous thing where you're trying to police yourself. And then I would like, you know, you'd have this burning thing.
Wow,
and I remember also
so
back in those days, like where I was, we lived near a highway off ramp. And sometimes, you know, there's like garbage on the side of the road of these places. They're like sort of no man's land. But I would go walking there, and sometimes there'd be porn that I don't know how it got there, but like a trucker, I guess, just like got done with it.
Yeah,
I would really go back and look for
that type of way. I found
he would pick up used magazines from the trash that a trucker had used. There's no way the pages weren't stuck together.
Magazines that type of way too, like on a hiking trail near the house, or somebody left one out there.
Yeah, there's like weird stashes that people have.
Yeah, at the auto repair shop, there was one in the bathroom that they had in there.
Yeah. I remember my
thing.
barber had pornos, but he would only give them to the adults and whatever, right? So, or you try to get a Maxim magazine or something like this. And I remember once I found a gay novel on that same side of the road, but it was one of those novels. Remember they used to have where they had like color plate, like they had photos right in the middle. There were like a bunch of photos. And these were like super gay photos of like, you know, standing up 69ing. And I had this experience of being like somewhat stimulated, but also like wanting to puke. So
boom, right there. That's when Ben realized he is gay, but he's deep in the closet. He was stimulated by gay porn. That's his body telling him yes, but his mind is telling him no. Okay, that's what's going on there.
So I remember like, I was like, no, this isn't okay. So then I went to, there was a pond near there, and I threw the thing like into the middle of the pond.
A junk right there. I came across a dildo did in the woods. Sounds just as realistic as these stories.
As a way of saying like, no, I'm not having a relationship with this gay novel.
And PDL asked, what library has porn mags? Libraries in America, dude. Okay. Libraries in America. Actually, I don't really know. It must have been some. I don't know if the libraries really know what it is they really have and all their stuff. Okay, because sometimes there might be some questionable things. I don't know. I've never seen a porn mag in a library. That'd be wild. It might have been a Playboy. That's a bit more tame.
Anyways, but it wasn't my fault. It wasn't like a gay section on the side of the road. It was just like I was looking for porn, and you would find it once in a while, which was weird. Okay, and other things like I had this beautiful neighbor who's this Irish girl. She was just gorgeous. She still is. And once I went out to the bus early, and she had gone into her bedroom, which faced the road, and she had obviously just taken a shower, and she was tits out, and awesome. I was like, oh my God, right?
That's Ben telling the story about him gawking, about him being what do you call that? A peeping Tom. Peeping Tom? Yeah, creeping Tom, peeping Tom, same thing to me. His neighbor was undressing, and he was just watching outside the window.
Because I was in love with the girl. She had a beautiful pair of tits.
Wow.
So I spent a lot of time like trying to get another look at that behind trees and shit. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
But I don't really think any of that's that crazy. It's just like, you know. So anyways, but my point is.
You were a horny little Thorp. We get it.
I was a horny little guy. Okay. So people might say like, I don't know what you're talking about, but like, yeah, there are low strung, there were like high strung people, sexually low strung. I was definitely high. But what I'm saying is the ethos here, if you take these things that Grace is saying, you tie it together. And if you say like there's a consistency here, the consistency is that there's a kind of shaming of sexuality, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, so Grace was raised with a father who constantly talked about sex and a mother who wouldn't talk about it at all. It's true that she wouldn't talk about it, but my dad did not constantly talk about sex.
I don't think I was particularly talkative with kids about sex. I mean, I worked
with the way he talks like this, I don't believe that.
With kids my whole life. I had an intuitive sense, but whatever. Like I had sexual experiences, but not with kids.
But you were having some struggle sessions with the mom because the sex relationship wasn't working out well, and
yeah. So whether it was a baby trap or whatever, right? So like I'm in a Catholic school, I'm trying to do the right thing. I was looking at the monastic life. We had this kind of on and off relationship that was like mostly based on like mutual like hatred of our job and like parental dysfunctionality. So we ended up getting together. And anyways, baby happened, and then that got used for me to propose because I wanted to keep my job, right? For the sake of, so I did this white knight thing, right? So like the kid needs a dad, and like, the school wants me to do this, right? And I was like, can we just even fucking fake it, right? Like let's just put a ring on it so I can keep my job, and then we'll figure things out later. But there was no real impetus to do this on either side. So originally
it didn't stop you from having other kids with Courtney.
I had like proposed to her and she said yes. Then she said no. And
Why?
This was when she was pregnant, because I think she was like, I don't know, which was a problem because like she's getting bigger and bigger in the school until she reached the point where she broke down and admitted everything, which is stupid because you don't have to, right? You're like,
everybody at school didn't know who the father was?
Yeah, they can't fire you for being pregnant. Like that's absolutely verboten. But like instead, like the principal eventually asked her, and I was like, just quit. You know what I mean? Just quit. Like don't do this to yourself and everyone else. But she liked trolling, right? And Grace did too, I think. Like so here you.
But it's a Catholic school, and she got pregnant out of wedlock. Well, they're not going to fire her for being pregnant, but they might find some other bullshit to fire her for. I mean, some states, they don't even need a reason.
Have this obviously increasingly pregnant woman. Everyone kind of knows who the dad is. And it's like, you can wear baggy clothes up to a certain point, right?
And also they were going to fire my dad, I think. And I think, Dad, you told me the story. Like the principal was like, well, Ben, you're a moral theology teacher, and you got one of the other teachers pregnant.
Yeah, it became like an open scandal.
And when my dad said, well, I teach moral theology, but part of moral theology is that we all sin and make mistakes.
Well, but the thing is, honestly, of all the scandals in a Catholic school, can you imagine 2 adults consensually having sexual activity and keeping the kid and embracing that? That's like almost like laurel leaves time compared to the shit that usually is the scandal, right? So, hey, he's not.
That's one of the rare times where I have to agree with Ben. Out of all the scandals you could possibly have at a Catholic school. Yeah. Okay. Not even. It's not even worth a W. Not even worth a W. It's just. Yeah. Fair point there. Yeah. Okay. Move on.
Gay. He's not.
I'm gonna go take a piss. I'm gonna let the tiger react.
It's not about.
It's just
kids.
old-fashioned adultery.
Yeah, like.
That's not adultery.
2 horny people fuck. Like,
I think it is.
Slash. No, fornication. Fornication would be.
Adultery is when you cheat on someone.
Adultery is when you're married.
Yeah.
Fornication is the correct word.
Okay, yeah, that's more accurate. But I think, like biblically, do they say fornication in the Bible? Don't they usually just call fornication adultery?
No.
Okay.
Those would be 2 separate things. But anyways,
Not a big deal.
is the word fornication in the Bible anywhere?
Well, the Bible's not written in English.
Okay, but the equivalent, right?
I think there was a distinction. I mean, there's always going to be a distinction between adultery and
Hey,
fornication.
Big Tech, you want to see something funny? This is my dad's sign on his bedroom door.
Nice.
That came from her brother. Her brother used to
No
have this
restricted area. No bitches allowed. Okay.
But now, let's so let's say like these points you can dismiss as like, okay, she was busy or she maybe was in a bad mood. But if you say you'd have to trust Grace here that like this is a consistent pattern. Okay, and I think you could say, okay, like I trust that there's something off here having to do with sexuality. And then when I say like, could you imagine like inviting your next daughter into adult female sexuality when she's like, no, it's one big fucking brutal thing, right? And also during those conversations, she did mention that she thought that like swans having penises was like an affront because there were swans near us, and she was like, I don't think it's right. You know what I mean? So you say there's some issues here on a broad perspective. Now, what's interesting about that is, so when this girl, so it's not going to be normal that a girl says like, goes to her dad and says like, can you help me? Because mom's like, at that age, you have some distance with your dad. It's that ugly, awkward stage.
It's an interruption, but I'm needing to get like brought back into kind of where are we in relation to where this is going?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right here. Okay,
cool.
So in a certain sense, so when that girl becomes old enough where she like kind of gets over the awkwardness of sexuality and kind of learns how to get it on her own, she might then reconnect with her dad a few years later and go, Mom did all of this, right? And why, right? Because like at the time when you're going through it, you're not going to go to your dad because you're just like so.
I just got back and I'm hearing Courtney's to blame. The mom did all of this. Is that what we're thinking? By the way, I just want to take a quick moment to shout out to everyone who's active in the chat right here. Anthony B. Connor Smallwood. His last name does not really live up to the name, okay? He's not Smallwood. It should be Bigwood right there. Hurricane Paro, Manu, McGibbs, PDL, and Robot Glock. How's it going? And then we got Ictovan. All right. It's good to have you guys here. If you can press the like button, it definitely helps out. I like that. Makes me happy. They haven't explained the chart. Yeah. They're not going to. I don't think they're going to explain what the chart is. Alex Shield Jones, your name didn't pop up. I just read the names off of a list. Alex Shield Jones, why was your name on the list? Is YouTube trying to censor you? Oh, now I see it. Alex Shield Jones. There you go. That's right. Alex Shield Jones. Our next alcoholic bottle will be, because some people accuse me of faking. There's no way I'm faking this unless I brewed some Kool-Aid before. This is strawberry margaritas. This is going to be nasty, dude, but I'll just drink it right out of the bottle. Okay? I need something for this nonsense here. But yes, for the next super chat or member, I will definitely start drinking this, and there you go.
Like, I don't know what's going on, right? And you have that ugly phase, and you're like, the last person I want to talk to about my sexuality is my dad, because I don't want him to reject me too, right? And it's just awkward. And I would have mostly been like, what? But anyway, so later on, she's like, she gets that like it isn't a problem. Comes to me. Now, in a certain way, what her mother had done is perfectly groomed her to be now.
Wait, what? The mom is the groomer?
I'm in a position of saying, of course, I affirm you as a young woman. Like, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how that dynamic could perfectly play into? And she's like so grateful that I'm saying like, no, that's all like crazy. Of course, it's wonderful that you're a young woman with all the things that a young woman has, right?
Well, and then we get into the actual...
She's deeply sort of inner conflicted about like, is it almost like, is it wrong to be a female? Like, why was it presented to me throughout my whole life as something that's like horrifying, right? And so she's looking for affirmation, and of course, I'm super happy to give her an affirmation.
And you give her all the information she could ever want, right?
Because I'm just like, of course, it's a wonderful thing that you're a young woman, and okay, but they're like in a certain sense, that's like the perfect setup.
When you talk about the setup and you talk about grooming, then we get to the point where she's telling me and you that she masturbated thinking about us having sex.
Whoa, what? I heard this story before.
Right.
is an indication that
Big Tech's expression. Hold on here. Look at that.
where she's telling me and you that she masturbated thinking about us having sex. Which
Right.
is an indication that
He's looking up. Jesus, please help me here.
this is working for her on some level, in my opinion.
Well, then no, because that's a little bit later. But then you get like the quintessential like working of this out is Grace. She's 16. She's sick of this bullshit. She comes in to the bedroom and it's kind of like, what's up, right? And so, am I going to get affirmation here or what? Because I'm an adult now, and I'm kind of like, I don't get it. I've been asked to raise my siblings instead of you, Mom. You guys have said me and your mother are working on something for 4 or 5 hours a day while you're taking care of 5 kids, right? And she's at the age where she's saying like, all right, it's time for me to get paid here or thanked, or you can't just keep like saying, get the fuck out of here, right? She's like, so what's up? What's been going on in here? I'm an adult. You're adults.
Wait. So Grace now wants to know what's going on in the bedroom?
What's up, right? So she plops herself, boom, right between us at age 16, right? And I went to her mother and was like, there's something off here because like that's too old to be just like next to dad. If she was next to mom, no problem, but like she's next to dad and next to mom, and I'm like, that's too old. This is like kind of crossing a line, right?
Oh, really, Ben? It's crossing a line then. But that didn't stop you, did it?
I don't get what
And
you
her
mean.
mother
Plopped
goes-
herself between us. She's like on the bed or something. I'm sorry, I missed
Yeah,
it.
so like, you know, king size beds, plenty of room.
So she
But
laid
it's
in
like,
between
you know,
you two.
dad's here, mom's here, and she's just kind of coming in at night and saying like, can I watch TV with you guys? Which of course, fine. But like putting herself like physically right next to me and right next to her mother, right? Which I would think intuitively, if things are healthy, you're going to put yourself on your mother's side, right?
I like Big Take Shack. Someone by the name of Z Deck said, so 84 BJs later, Ben drew a hard line in the sand.
And, you know, say like, mom, you can pat me on the head, but like mom checked out and I'm left with her. Okay. And then, you know, so there's a certain amount of tension there. Like, what's up? Like, this is too old to do the, mom, dad, like I'm scared of monsters. Right. And can I sleep with you guys tonight? It's too old for that. Right.
Okay.
This actually looks like a porno, right? This looks like a porno.
Whoa! That Ben would think that about his own daughter at 16, sleeping next to him. All right. Okay.
Where mom goes to sleep and right. Okay. So I'm aware of that. And her mom goes, it's nothing. Doesn't talk to Grace about it at all. Says to me, she sees you like a teddy bear. It ain't no thing. And I'm like, okay, I can see that, but like, that's not really answering.
Screw this. There's all the sugars in this are going to be really bad for me. So we're just going straight vodka. That's how it should be. There we go.
The question.
What was
But
the question?
What I'm saying is,
that if it was
the
inappropriate
question is like, yeah, is this normal?
for 16-year-old daughter to
This-
want to cuddle with dad?
Yeah. Is this normal? Like, is it, shouldn't she
Were,
be
were
on
you
your side?
naked? Were you in your underwear?
Well, yeah, like boxers and t-shirt.
Woo!
I mean, I don't go to bed fully clothed.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, like, what is, what's up here,
Was-
right?
Grace, were you in your
So-
underwear? Were you in a little
I was
thing
in a
or something?
Skimpy little bralette. No, I was in t-shirt and shorts or whatever.
So you're just like, everything was normal. It was just there wasn't anything like I'm asking like
With
it's
a
there's
thong
no-
underneath.
but there wasn't like some aspect of it that's like sexual, beyond just the close proximity. Like I'm trying to understand what's
Right. It's just the no, Big Tech, you're not understanding. Yeah, while she might be fully clothed and wearing normal stuff, the fact that she's right there next to him has him thinking there's a porno setup, even though she is his daughter. She is 16. And and you know what, man? That kind of tells you a lot about Ben. If you didn't know anything about him, that kind of tells you everything you need to know. Is this 2001? Yeah, it's 2001. That's what it is. Like I said, all these liquor bottles came from my wife's girlfriend who was going through some sort of weird relationship issue. I think a divorce. You call that a divorce? And they were cleaning out the liquor cabinet, and I was like, well, I'll take it all. I got a big box of liquor. Okay. Now, who wants me to do a power chug in this bad boy?
She's 16 years old. I mean, she's
Okay, so I guess it is weird if that's not a normal thing that was like part of your relationship, where like you guys were just always cuddling. She used to just like to snuggle up next to dad. And are you saying that there was just a time when you started feeling that was weird?
There was a lot of There was a long period of alienation where she was like,
okay, so then
not even in the house for a while. Then she comes back. She's got her own room.
Oh, and
She's
now
coming
she
in
wants to
night
come.
after night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I get it. All right. Yeah. So if that's like
And
an
her mother
emerging
doesn't say
thing-
go back to your room. And I'm kind of like, and she's kind of like obviously like sort of angry and looking for something, right? And this time, instead of saying like, "What's masturbation about?" she's just kind of just going to stay there until
Globbly gook. How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you here.
something breaks. Right? And so, but you can see
What
how
was
it's
going
the
on for you,
perfect
Grace?
setup.
What do you remember of
Go
that?
ahead,
What was going on? Why were you doing that?
I had realized that I was kind of at a crossroads where I could either just like, I had loved my family growing up. I had loved like the big group of siblings, and you know, just the closeness we all had. But it had gotten extremely dysfunctional. And my relationship with my
You
mother
don't
had become
say.
extremely dysfunctional, and my relationship with my dad was kind of just there, but like we weren't really very close. And so I had come to this crossroads when I was about 15, 16, where I'd been going to school, and I was like, okay, well, either I commit to school, which is kind of alienating and lonely and doesn't have all the close.
Oh, I saw Dalmatian Dog was playing chess. Apparently, chess is a big game to show one's IQ. Do you guys want to see me play chess? Would you guys like to see me play chess against my son? My son will never be on live stream. Ever. You could fist yourself until the cows come home. My son will never be on a live stream. Not until he's 16. But I'm okay with him being off screen and doing that, like virtually, like obviously computer chess, all that stuff. Anyway, we're moving on.
Closeness that I miss from my family, but I'm just going to move out and go to college and like say like fuck you guys, or I'm going to like figure out what's going on that made everything so dysfunctional here. And
So
it's not a conscious thought.
Dude, look at that. Ben's body language. Ben wants to say something, Grace cuts him off, and you know Ben hates that. Watch this.
Or I'm going to like figure out what's going on that made everything so dysfunctional here. And
So
it's not a conscious thought, but it was kind of like looking back on it. I guess I kind of said like there was something beautiful
Ben has to learn to wait and take his turn.
Here that was like we were very close, and I was also angry at my mom and somewhat angry at my dad at the time for like kind of giving up on me. And so I was also lonely, so I think I was just like, okay, well there was something here, so I'm just going to sort of plop myself right back in the middle of it and see what's up, because I'm angry at these two people.
Well, so then there's also like this other dynamic that was going around that time, because I was like, I think there's something else going on here, because like say the summer before when she was 15, she was wearing clothes that were like, you could say it's hot out, okay, but it was also like a little bit like you're looking for affirmation from me, because like,
whoa, what? Oh man, this is not Keno Casino. I don't have a tard bell, but I have a drunk bell. Creeper alert, PDF dad alert. Woo! Okay, are we back? Are we back? We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. That was a little too real. That was a little too real. That was a little too real. I slammed the shot glass too hard that it shook the Wi-Fi antenna cable and it just caused an issue. Ray Sax says, babe, I saw you streaming. I'm not sure why you call me babe. I will tell you guys this much. We have plenty more to go through. And it gets even wilder. I have one more like super shot of vodka in me left because it is a work night. If you want that to happen. Or I can lift the dumbbells. Either way. Dumbbells or vodka. Anyway.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
was that going on? Was that true, Grace?
I would say I was angry that nobody was recognizing me as a young woman. So I would.
She was angry.
I would walk around without a bra and stuff like that.
She was angry that no one was recognizing her when she was a 15-year-old girl. She wanted daddy to recognize her. She wanted daddy to recognize her.
And just say, like, is anybody going to notice? I guess.
And I actually said this.
Is anybody going to tell me this
like,
is bad or good or anything?
I was like,
just
I think
no,
that there's
we
a
wish you were a
certain...
kid. We wish you were a kid, and like the fact that you're an adult, like just get out of the house. And I was like, eh.
Well, you were looking for affirmation of your femininity.
Yeah.
And I think that makes sense in that context. So it wasn't ever like anything crazy. But I remember at a certain point, I was like, Grace hasn't been around. Grace, let's shut the
topless bit? I thought she said she would walk around without a bra on. Did she say she would walk around without a shirt on too?
You're looking for affirmation from me because, like,
I never hear
you know what I'm saying? Like,
was that going on? Was that true, Grace?
I would say I was angry that nobody was recognizing me as a young woman. So I would walk around without a bra and stuff like that. And just
walk around without a bra on.
Say, like, is anybody going to notice? I guess.
And I actually said this.
Is anybody going to tell me this is bad or good or anything?
I was like, I think that there's a certain...
We wish you were a kid, and like the fact that you're an adult, like just get out of the house. And
But like, does she mean like no bra and no shirt, or is she saying shirt with no bra? See, I'm assuming it's shirt with no bra. Without a bra equals meaning topless? I mean, there could be a shirt there, or it could be no shirt. I don't know. Very weird. Grace be just walking around with her boobs out. Think she means topless? Holy crap, dude. That if that is what it is, that makes it so much more greasier. That does. It really does. No wonder John turned out gay, right? Anyone who sees Grace's tits turns gay. As you know from Lalo. Lalo saw the tits and Lalo's gay. Ben saw the tits and he's gay.
I was like, eh.
Well, you were looking for affirmation of your femininity.
Yeah.
And I think that makes sense in that context. So it wasn't ever like anything crazy. But I remember at a certain point, I was like, Grace hasn't been around. Grace, let's shut the fuck up. Grace hadn't been around the house, right? And her mother said she's a brat and she's got like these problems. So I went through her phone at a certain point, and I noticed she had all these like Instagram pictures where they're like tongue out, which I suspected was like a, like a thing that girls did at that time. But I was also like, okay, well, that's sexual. But I just like if she's into drugs and like if she's like sitting on dicks, like I just want to be aware of it. But then I came across something else that was a letter that she wrote to a friend of hers, which was very mature and very like loving and like perfect. And I was like, oh, she's such a nice girl. Like, I've been psyoped about that she's this brat type person who just like hates her family or is not very loving. And I was like, oh, she's like an adult. And she's like mature because it was, I don't know.
Oh, Ben was like, ooh, she's mature.
Some kind of crazy lesbian friend of hers.
Shout out
She was so
Catherine
nice.
Lesbian.
And Grace actually became aware that I was looking at her phone because I wasn't good at closing out the apps or something. So
No.
then I once looked at the phone and it said like, my parent has gotten into my phone. I was like, oh shit.
He'd be
But I
like,
didn't
"Grace,
really care
Grace,
because I
need
was
your
like more or
phone.
less open. I don't care.
Grace, I need your phone. I need to find a contact. I think I saved it to your phone. And then I take the phone back and it's like Instagram, photos, messages, notes. And I was like, oh, okay.
But there's all these sort of erotic pictures. I mean, I would just say they were straight up. And I was like, okay,
Yep.
what is this, right? But
And what
Okay,
was that? You
again,
were
it's
just
like
like
just a-
you were just experimenting with your camera. Were you sending those to people, or like what was going on?
I didn't send them to anyone. I posted a couple of them on Instagram. I was at that time, I was afraid that I was ugly and not sexy. And there were girls at school, obviously, who were like sexy and posted on Instagram bikini pictures. and
totally
everything.
normal. You're looking for affirmation
And,
online.
Yeah, so some of them I didn't post, some of them I did post, but I felt guilty about it, like I'm being a slut. But, you know, I was just kind of trying to figure that whole thing out.
And nothing pornographic or anything, just
No.
sexual-ish
Like,
pictures in your room.
thirst traps. Thirst
All
traps
right.
kind of stuff.
And you were also looking at pornography, increasingly sort of hardcore.
Yes.
Okay, so there's this idea like all this is happening.
So are they? Is Ben and Grace trying to make it seem like Grace was not the victim and she was like asking for it? That's what it looks like they're trying to do. It's understandable for like a teenage girl to like be expressing herself in these sorts of ways. But never should the dad be like, ooh, she's an adult now. Ooh. Take a shot every time Ben says affirmation. Oh, I'd be dead, dude. I'll live up to my last name.
I've been disaffirmed by my mother. Now I'm showing up in your
I'll tell you what. I'll take a free shot. I don't even have a shot glass, so I'm just gonna drink it from the bottle. I'll take a free shot if you can guess the name my dad used to call me. Whenever it was time for school and time to wake up. He would come in the morning, come into my room, flicker on the lights, and he would be so annoying. And he would say, "Blank, it's time to wake up. Get your ass up."
bedroom. I'm saying to the mother, like, what's going on? She's saying it's nothing, falling asleep and leaving the two of us there. And I'm going, what's going on here? Okay, so now we go back to the model.
At some
okay?
point, did you say?
And now we go back to the model. Dude, we totally forgot about the model. What model? What model are you talking about? Hey, but let's see. Can we get another super chat or a membership here? That would be great. That would be super duper. And I will not drink this.
Say to Grace, "Hey, honey, what's going on here?"
Yes,
No, I
I
remember
said
he-
I transferred this bedroom thing to libraries. I was like, okay, so let's talk about the dynamics in the family, because she had started telling me more and more stuff
Uh-huh.
like about mom, and I was like, okay, this is a big deal. Like there was abuse. What are we going to do about this? So I was like, let's go out in public to like Brown University's nearby, so we go to Brown University or someplace like that. And I was into like drawing charts and diagrams, and I was like, let's get some order going. That was my thing. Let's get organized.
And let's get out in public.
And let's like be out in public, and even like let's bring your brother in, but he didn't want to deal with it. Like let's. I was more like kind of.
What does the library do? Like that's where you went to have the conversation? What do you mean?
In other words, so if the mom's conked, right, and I'm lying next to Grace, and she's not going back to her room, and it's 2 or 3 hours of like Law and Order. Okay, like I'm kind of saying like I'm not gonna throw her back in her room, just like my dad. Like he didn't like make a big deal of it, like get the fuck out of here, like. But I'm kind of saying like this is getting, where like, yeah, nominally mom's there, but she's literally conked out. So like, what are you doing here in your pajamas, me and my skivvies under the same blanket for a couple of hours? You know what I mean? Laughing and
what the just let it play. Just let it play. Thank you so much. Thank you. A gifted membership. Thank you so much.
Shake it, baby.
Shake it, baby, indeed. All right, let's go ahead and I'm not sure why the graphic is not even playing. I'll take a look at that.
watching TV together. It's like, I'm not stupid, right? This is like at least the intro to a porno, right? To like a daddy-daughter porno.
And it wasn't a very fair position for me to put you in a certain way.
So I'm like, okay, you want some intimacy with dad? No problem. And I do recognize there's all sorts of things going on. But like,
so what is? How does the library come into this? You started taking her to the library to give her more
school. We'll talk
time
in
together.
Places that are like public. Yeah, like it's not the place to do
so
it.
So I'm understanding.
And now my Streamlabs is doing like this loop thing. I have no idea why it's doing that.
Shake it, baby.
Now it's doing it again. It's doing it again. All right.
Shake it, baby.
All right, it's stuck in that forever. But I'll fix that. Shake it, baby. Shake it.
But like what you did, you kind of like assumed, oh, this means she needs more connection with me. So then you looked for a way to connect with her more that was other than that. Kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, because like I'm saying, like the whole idea of being next to dad is really like this could be fruitful in the sense of like, let's connect with dad. But if it's just like physical, then it's like, well, this is problematic. It's dysfunctional. So I'm saying like, and you want affirmation as a young woman. Okay, I'll affirm you as an adult and say like, okay, like we can, try to figure out what's going on. She was basically asking like, as an adult now, is there a role for me here? Because this dynamic I've been woven into from very early age, like literally at age 3, she's taking care of her younger brother. So now it's like, wait. Now it's like, okay, so if I've been a mom and you guys have been like, thank you very much because we were working on something. Now I'm an adult and like, doesn't a mom get the husband kind of, right? Like, doesn't the mom get to like chill with the dad at the end of the day?
Yeah.
So
why isn't mom laying
kind of
around giggling and watching Law and Order? Wouldn't it be that? What was the deal? So you said
I just wanted to add the larger context at this point, just for the larger context, was that I was going to school. My brother John was going to school. When I would get home, I would either clean one of the Airbnbs,
Shake it, baby.
which I was pretty shitty at.
This is a test YouTube membership.
Doing it. It was like really bad. My mom would yell at me, whatever. I felt bad, but I also hated her. And then I would just stay in my room, or I would go do extracurricular stuff.
But I remember at one point, again, like, because I don't think her mother was addressing this. I was like, so what's going on with you sexually, right? Like, are you dating boys? Like, what's going on? I didn't know anything about it. And at one point, she's like, I remember it was driving her on the way to school, and she was saying like, well, I look at blowjob porn, and I was like, oh.
Whoa.
Like, you really want to suck a dick.
You said that on the way
and
to
it's kind
school
of like,
to your dad.
I remember dropping her off and being like, oh, right. Okay. Like, I really want to suck a cock, and I'm like, okay.
What the fuck?
That's healthy.
Thanks.
And, it's just kind of like, all right.
Okay.
So, okay, but
all right.
You get how what I'm saying, you get how it's a setup to troll your kid's sexuality, and then the other parent is totally healthy, and you're gonna.
This is so binoculars, man. Dude. No, I'm not even tipsy. Not even tipsy at all.
Gonna connect after the trolling kind of like doesn't work.
Oh, I see. We got multiple ones coming in here. I got 5 gifted. Yeah. But I was wondering why it wasn't showing up on the screen though. But thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Ash. Yeah, that I was not aware of. I was like, why does it not show up on the screen though? Anyway, I'll take a. You know what? For that, we should probably not drink anymore. One more sip, and then we're good. I think so.
Work, you're going to set them up to connect with each other and get affirmation.
Can I
right?
say it from my point of view?
Not that I needed affirmation, but
Who's
like,
trolling?
Let me say it from my point of view.
Okay.
Yeah.
On my side, my mom has
Yeah,
been
shout out to Ashes to
extremely cold
Ashes.
to me, especially in terms of sexuality. So I've had to figure all of this out by myself. But I want to be a good Christian girl, so I don't do things with boys because I know that would be like hurting myself. But I'm all wound up about it. Like I'm masturbating and then feeling terrible, right? So like it's like just disaster on this hand. This like unaffirmed teenage girl who's like very virile and yet like totally
not virile. No, that's man.
I don't know what the word is.
Horny.
On the other hand, my mother has a husband in her mind who I think you would say at that point your sex life had been like utterly destroyed, dead bedroom, right?
Yeah, it never really
Dead
amounted to much, but
Okay.
Oh my God, Ben, Grace, what are you doing? This is not going to help you guys with the whole allegations of you guys sleeping together, like literally.
and
So
I
I-
openly said
so-
to you,
so
I openly
listen to
said to
this.
you before any of this, but I openly said to you, like, you can help me with the businesses. Your mother just doesn't seem to be able to like stop causing problems. So I openly basically said, let's be partners in the sense like you can be an adult and help me with all this stuff. We got plenty of money coming in. We'll run the Airbnb together. I don't know this. Your mother's just like
Right.
crazy, and I don't even care.
And she was aware that was your opinion. So she's not dealing with either side of this. She's not dealing with it.
But I
On the
didn't say
one
or
hand,
think
she's telling
anything
me-
sexual.
Well, on the one hand, she's telling me like your father's crazy. I need to help him. These 4 or 5 hour sessions we have upstairs in our bedroom I'm like doing him a favor. He's
Right.
manic.
But they never
bipolar,
ended.
whatever.
They never ended.
On the other hand, she's telling my dad, Grace is a brat, which I had no idea she was telling him. Like, Grace is like selfish and she doesn't care about this family and she just wants
Right.
to go hang out with her friends and spend money, which like is ridiculous. Was
And
not,
meanwhile,
like, this
you're in your room,
massive
and I think you
spender or
recently
anything
told me
like
this. You're literally watching daddy-daughter incest porn.
that. As
Right?
yes. Mhm.
Okay, so like,
Right.
okay, so
Family
like,
strokes.
right. So I
was
mean,
the place to be. So what I'm saying.
Shut up. No. Okay. I'm ready. I'm good. I'm good now.
Saying big tech is if you have the mother has both.
No, we're not good. I'm just gonna pour the vodka into the water and then just drink that.
These sides. She's lying to each side about each other. They connect. They realize that she's been lying about both of them to each other, right?
Yeah.
And also that they've both been, I would say, you can disagree, but abused by her. And then she starts.
but me less so. I would
Wait,
just say it
then
was a
she's-
no-go. It wasn't really like. It
Then
was just like a
she
no-go.
starts. Then she starts accusing them of having sexual improprieties, but also masturbating to the fantasy of them having sexual.
No, the fantasy thing was first. So you're looking at daddy-daughter porn. She's masturbating, fantasizing about me penetrating you. That's what she said.
That's what she
right?
said. Yeah.
And then screaming at God or the devil about it. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm like, okay, let's talk in the library and make a list of things to do.
Mm.
Okay. But like,
Oh my God.
right? But I'm like, okay, but eventually I said, this has nothing to do with me. This has to do with you two. Right? And so it's either.
Oh my God. This is bad. And first off, I would like to say, Ashes, thank you so much for the memberships. I know I said before, thank you, but yeah, chat's right. I don't really get a lot of back-to-back memberships. That was very generous of you. Thank you. You know, as a member of the Boit, the bottom of YouTube, I always feel like, is this thing even working when it comes to my stuff? Is this not the sickest family on YouTube? Well, I guess they're not on YouTube anymore, huh? Well, actually, they still are. Why would they go on big tech and wait, whoa. I think I know where they're gonna go with this. Hold on. Let me just press play.
The brat kid model,
What a
or it's
nightmare.
the queen model. I'm not actually invested, right? I'm saying, because here's the thing with the creepy dad part.
I'll be right back.
If I saw this stuff and I wanted to predate, wouldn't I keep the mom out of it 100% and just enjoy, like, I finally got this? Like, she, in a sense, handed me Grace's pussy, like, on a platter, right? And so why wouldn't I take it? Why would I say, like, well, I don't know what's going on here, right?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't you take it?
If that's what I wanted, if I wanted, like, and what does a creepy dad want? He wants, like, affirmation, like, because he's insecure. I wasn't sexually insecure. So I was like, no, I don't. I'm not interested in that. But, like, she couldn't have served it up on a platter more, in a certain sense, right? So,
Anthony B's right. The sector's the basement of the Boy, dude. I know. The basement. Welcome to the basement, guys. We're all in the basement together. Well, actually, this is like a murder shed. Welcome to the murder shed. Oh, this studio looks nice right here. You were to see these other walls? Yeah, Alex Hill Jones, he said, why wouldn't he take it? He's trying to say he's not the creepy dad. After saying it's like a porno with his daughter sleeping next to him. He's trying to say it was Courtney's idea.
so in a certain sense, you could say, I was.
You know what, man? And it's even better that Ben really wants to, one, represent himself. Two, in the court proceedings, like, continue on and have, like, a jury and stuff. Like that's going to be super freaking duper, dude. That's going to be super duper. Because when he tries to explain how it's Courtney's fault, because Courtney's actually the one who did all of it, him actually explaining it would just make him look even worse.
Playing super 4D chess, because the more she alienated Grace sexually,
I'm going to
the more
proceed
Grace
to
is
give
gonna be
myself
driven to have
alcohol
like
poisoning.
to want to connect with her dad, who doesn't have any of these problems, right? And I mean, you could say I made her look at daddy-daughter porn, but like really, you'd have to say it was her mom.
Wait. How was it her mom that made her look at that stuff? I missed that.
No fucking clue. I had no fucking clue.
I think I've heard enough. I can make the diagnosis now if you want.
Please.
Doctor Big Tech's analysis.
Big therapy. Big therapist.
Big therapist. All right, so Courtney, she's like she hasn't been able to connect with a man, father issue, whatever the thing is. She finds Big Bear Ben. She's getting late into her. She's approaching the wall. She's late 20s.
Yeah.
She meets a guy.
Got to finish partying. Got to.
Whoa. Big Tech, approaching the wall, late 20s. What are we talking about? Hey, approaching the wall, that's not until you're in your 40s, right? I mean, maybe I'm a gentleman and I don't mind my women being a little seasoned, okay? With years, okay? But approaching the wall, is that 30s, late 30s, or is that 40s? I'm a ladies' man, dude. It's a case by case situation there. Oh hell! Look at me. What the hell am I even talking about? Let's move on.
Got to finish with the partying. Need to land a man.
She sees him as like a potential father figure, not only for her children, but for herself, to fill the role that her father didn't fill, because he's
100%
theologian type guy. They start, messing around, and she thinks like, all right, whether she thinks it or subconsciously sort of like, acts this out. It's like, well, if I have his baby, maybe he'll love me.
Exactly, yeah.
If I have his baby, he'll love me.
Or he's locked in, at least. He's locked in.
And locked into what, though? She doesn't want to lock you into nurturing and caring for and paying for a child. She doesn't even want a child. She wants to be loved.
Yes, but in the Catholic idea is like the ring is permanent, and so now I can do whatever the fuck I want, and he's stuck with me.
No, I think it's probably more like, if I have his child, maybe he'll care about me.
Yeah, I think BigTech is right about that one. I think he is.
And she wants to be cared about. And then she gets into the relationship with you. The child is oncoming. She's going through the pregnancy. And she's maybe not feeling like, she's like, oh, and then maybe it starts setting in on her like, oh, this guy doesn't actually care about me. Like, even though I'm pregnant with his child. And then it's getting further and further. People asking, like, who's the dad of this baby? Like, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, fuck. It's him, and I don't know what I'm going to do. And you're kind of like, what are you doing? And she was, maybe she was rolling the dice on what you're going to do is like show up as this, savior and save her save her from her loneliness, really, though. Not just save her from the pregnancy, but save her from her misery. Save her from her lonely, destitute life of meaninglessness because she has no man. Nobody cares about her. Nobody desires her. Nobody, looks after her and, thinks about her.
The sexual market value is waning.
Yeah. And she's like, well, this is my last chance. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Well, am I going to get a better chance than this one? I'll go all in. And so she does.
Well, wait a second. You got to give me a little more than that. I'm 6'8". I'm a good looking guy. I have a master's degree. I got a low body count.
Is she going to do better than you? She's looking at it. She's like, man, after this, what are my options? This is probably as good as I'm going to do.
Well, I actually think she thought I was.
Hell, this might be better. There you go.
Really
hell, this might be great. This guy Ben might be what I've been.
Yeah, I can level up. I can level up because he's really out of my league.
Shake it.
But then she, embarks on the thing, and then it's like, then she finds out that you're kind of like, I wanted to keep my job, so I might as well put a ring on it. And whatever. Here we are. I don't care. Like, and you're kind of like that guy. You're kind of like, oh, it's a baby. Oh, whatever. I've seen a million babies. Oh yeah, I'm married. Well, everybody gets married. Fuck it. Like, yeah, you're my wife now. And
I guess you got to settle at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you got to settle. And she's like, I'm the I guess you got to settle bride. And now she's crushed.
Absolutely.
And all of her like potential dreams of what this could become, they all go skadoosh on the crash on the rocks. And now she's like spiraling all the way up through the pregnancy and then the birth. And then the baby has a heart defect. And now she's feeling like shit. And she's married to a guy who's settled with her and doesn't give a shit about her. And now she's looking at this fucking baby that just looks just like you. And she's like, this little fucking twat bitch that I got to raise now who's biting my tits. And she hates her.
No, but you're missing one part because she was also kind of like I remember before we got married, she was fully expecting that she wouldn't be able to, she didn't want to take a blood test because she was fully expecting to be rife with STDs from her previous behavior. So she saw it as like a miracle, and she saw it as like God giving me like one last chance. And Grace was a beautiful baby. And so there was all of this stuff that you're saying, like when she couldn't believe it, but it was like this kind of, I would say, immature kind of sense of like being
probably looking for silver linings, looking for like, okay, well, this is actually a blessing. It's going to go good. Like, my maternal love is going to kick in, and I'm going to be glad that I'm a mom. I'm going to enjoy this somehow.
She was a dog mom, and a baby is like way better. I'm sorry, than a dog or a pet. Everything a pet is, but like also human. But tick tock, this is going to become an adult who I can't deal with adults, but that's not thought of.
Yeah, she's going through the thing that you shared about like the trouble with the nursing, and that's stressful. And then shortly on the heels, then you have a boy coming, right? How long was that? Not a big gap right behind?
No. Year and a little bit.
Yeah, so like the next year she's pregnant again. She's going through it again. Now she's got a boy.
Right. Might as well lean into it at this point. I think both of us said that.
Was she closer with John than with Grace?
No, because it wasn't this like miracle thing. She had sort of like...
No, I mean like as the years went on through the childhood. She buddied up with John more than with Grace?
Oh, by teen years, it was absolute like...
What do you say, Grace? Even through like, what about through toddler and young kid age? Would she side with John? Was she more cuddly with John? She more tender?
Absolutely. I mean,
she looked a lot like him. Grace looked a lot like me. So
Yep.
even that, yeah.
Yep, Grace looked like you. Grace
Also,
was.
he was a quieter kid. He was like more. I think
She
as a
always
baby,
preferred
he was
boys. She
softer.
would openly say, "I prefer boys."
Well, yeah, she wants love from a boy. Like she wants a male counterpart. She's missing that her whole life. Ever since she was a kid, she didn't have it with her dad. She didn't have it with any of the
Didn't have
Johns that
brothers.
she hooked up with. Didn't have
Well,
brothers.
I mean, my brother John now lives with her and disciplines my other siblings on her behalf. So he's like
And
her-
sleeps in her bed.
So she's got a husband now.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Who cares about her? And when she's feeling bad, he cares.
I would say, yeah, that's what she.
Yeah, and when she made these crazy accusations, he took them and made them public.
These aren't crazy accusations, though, because you even said that it was like a porno when your daughter slept next to you. And she was like 16 years old.
And he cares
went
about
on the
protecting her.
internet.
When things are going bad for her,
Right.
he steps up to white knight for her, and she's got a champion.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what
Because
she
she
always
had
wanted.
tolerated his.
But honestly, like, Ben,
wanton
isn't that
abuse,
isn't that
wanton
normal?
abuse.
Don't women like literally like crave and naturally need that? Isn't that normal for them to want that? Whether or not it's normal.
And she wanted that from you, Ben, but you couldn't provide that. You couldn't give Courtney a man in her life that'd be more than just a pump and dump. And you were married to her, too. And you had multiple kids with her. And you weren't around to really raise those kids right from the beginning. You said it yourself. Your job as a dad, according to you, is to chisel them when they get older. But all you did was really put your teenage boys. Actually, they weren't really teenage. I mean, you put them in an apartment that was separate from you. You weren't even really around. Yeah, PDL. Yeah, that's true. Fornicate with another teacher, they're not even dating. Courtney thought she was going to have a good man in her life. She thought wrong. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know if John's sleeping in Courtney's bed. That would be odd. That'd be very awkward. Awkward. Weird.
In her position because of whatever her past was and everything like that. People can get twisted up. But isn't that even a twisted version of a normal, totally normal thing? That's what a woman wants, is she wants to bond with a man who loves her and will protect her.
Yes, but if she doesn't get that with her dad, she's inevitably going to say
She's going to be looking to you to fulfill the thing that her dad didn't do.
But you're going to fail because like daddy failed.
No, you failed, Ben, because you weren't even there, dude.
Like she's looking.
Yeah,
in other words,
probably.
You say,
Yeah.
let me just propose this. I think a lot of women say, oh, I want to get married. But what they actually want to do is the marriage is foreplay for a divorce. What they want to do is get divorced and act like the victim. See, because that replays the dad thing. I loved my dad. I would have done anything for him.
She wanted you to be around and love her, dude. That's what she wanted. That's what she wanted. Instead, you weren't there. From what we hear from your own words, you weren't really there.
And he fucking failed me, right? So you're going to replay the same pattern.
Yeah, no, you're good luck being the guy that can make up for the thing that her dad didn't do. Good fucking
Can't
luck.
do it. You can't do it.
Good
You
fucking
can't do
luck. But all I'm saying is it's understandable. It doesn't make her like a crazy psycho bitch. It just means that she's dealing with something that's totally normal, and it's like that. All I'm saying is like but she's, finding her way of coping with it, which sometimes can be self-destructive and all of that. But what she's coping with is an unfulfilled desire that's a normal desire.
Okay, but when you say crazy, okay, all crazy has a certain understandability. Like there's no one who just, let's just say, kills someone for no reason, right? There's always a pattern, which is understandable. Like Jeff Dahmer.
Yeah.
Jeff Dahmer was like, I want to love
Jeff
someone,
Dahmer.
right? And I just can't deal with all their needs, so I'm gonna like create a zombie that I can love, right? But what they're not Jeff Dahmer won't recognize is you're fucking angry too, because all of us might say like, yeah, I really want to love someone who doesn't like have all these problems, but none of us are like, yeah, what I need to do first is hit him with a 2x4, right? Because you can't sort of just skip over that. You know what I'm saying? So
look, the thing,
just because something's understandable doesn't mean it's not crazy in the sense of being like wrong.
Yeah, totally. You know, I found for myself the thing that I actually have a harder time tolerating people that are stupid than people who are like in total disagreement with me, or even people who are like what I would say evil or like just totally misguided. I can tolerate them sometimes better than somebody who's just an idiot and fucking up because of stupidity. And I say that because I wonder how much of that is with her. Like, do you see her as an evil like demon person or just like a stupid retard?
Well, I think with these things,
I see her as neither.
Daddy issues, what you end up saying is, and this is interesting, it's really not about me, and it's not about Grace. We become pawns in a game that, in a pattern that...
Yeah, but what I mean...
But it was about you guys. You just can't take accountability. That's what it is. What do you mean it's not about you?
It's like, is she like a calculating, like a Machiavellian, twisted, trolling maniac, or is she just like a dipshit who's like dealing with something in a clumsy way and it's causing problems for everybody?
Well, I don't think you can actually know the difference, but like, I think Stalin genuinely wanted to help the Russian.
So now Courtney's being compared to Stalin. They go from serial killer to Stalin, who did kill a lot of people. I mean, he did some cleansing.
People by saying, let's on-ramp onto like the modern world real fucking fast. And if everyone gets on board, we can do this lightning quick. And
he kind of did.
But
I mean, they got Sputnik and stuff. I mean,
but I always play as the Russians when it comes to Command and Conquer, Red Alert. Tesla coils all the way, dude. Anyway.
Came from like an agrarian society to being like in the space race. Well, yeah, they did. But I mean, he got there. It cost a lot, but they kind of did get there.
Yeah, and the same thing with Mao too, right? You could say like the Chinese should be grateful to Mao because he did take them from a bunch of rice farmers to an industrial powerhouse.
Yeah, I'm not saying you got to be grateful. I'm just saying
he did it in the wrong way.
They got there. I mean, it just cost a lot. Yeah.
But there are other ways to get there.
Also,
sure. In a capitalist or whatever market economy. Okay, so yeah, I mean,
carrot of the stick or whatever.
You can kind of say that everyone is understandable. Ed Kemper was pissed at his mother. His mother was probably genuinely annoying, but like, here's
Bruce, you play your cards right, and you might have a chance. I think Courtney is courting people. Yeah. Anyway.
Here's where the thing goes with it. You know the Ed Kemper story? His mother's annoying, but she works at a school, so he kills a bunch of women at the school and as a way of getting back at her, and eventually kills her, chops her head off, and ejaculates down her throat. Okay, but the question is like, hey, Ed, when you were 18, why didn't you just move out? Right? Why did you stay with your mother? And right? Like, so why didn't you just move out? So there is a question I would ask him as a man. Like, you say this is all because your mother, blah, 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 but it just sounds like a normal man would go, well, okay, but like, what the fuck? Why didn't you just get away from your mother? You're a man.
Right. Yeah, there's like a massive failure of learning to, self-actualize and like make a decision like that. So and overcome, like you said, the anger. Yeah, the anger can get you into a loop.
Yeah, okay, but you also are responsible somewhat at a certain point of saying like, if someone because he said at a certain point, like, I didn't have to go back there. And I knew that, right? Or these people who kill someone and they go, okay, I understand that's wrong. Well, they could just fucking drive to a police station and go, I just did this, right? But they never do because they're like, I'm going to work it out myself, right? And they're wrong to do that. At the point at which you like have blood on your hands, it's time for you to say, society needs to help here, right? And I think we would all say, okay, we can somewhat forgive the murder if you at least turned yourself in, but they never do, right? They just keep trying and trying. But sometimes they do, okay? And to that extent, like, okay.
But Ben, you don't even take responsibility or accountability for the shit you do. You're the sort of person that would murder and not go to the police because you'd take care of it yourself.
Good, right? But here's the problem.
Well, did you know that did you ever feel that the masturbation fetish that you had was wrong?
What's a masturbation fetish?
I don't know. You said you were like fucking vases and hot dogs and stuff. Like,
oh, when I was a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I thought that was wrong.
So why don't you turn yourself in?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're not going to turn yourself in.
To the jerk-off cops?
Yeah, I like, do a cry for help, or I don't know, like go, confess to somebody who could like help you overcome it or something.
Who?
Good thing for Big Tech for pointing that out on Ben, for sure. I know we haven't gotten to the glory hole bit yet. We'll get there.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
Did you go to a
I
priest?
don't know what to tell you. I wasn't Catholic.
Did you go to
But I
your?
was praying to God, sure.
Did you go to like? You didn't know any men or?
No, I mean, I really don't think like if I was to say to you right
I guess
now,
the reason I brought it up because
I have a problem with masturbation. I think you should say like, okay, bro, whatever. Like, it's just kind of something a guy's got to handle. Like, if you go like, okay, let's have a men's sport group and like say like, I 3 times this week broke down and jerked off. I think the rest of the guys should laugh. I just don't really believe in that.
Yeah, so the
support
thing is,
culture.
and I agree, but I guess what I'm pointing out is like I can see in a way like a parallel because what you just brought up about why doesn't the guy just go turn himself in for being a serial murderer? He might be thinking, you know what, this is just something a guy works out himself. This isn't something you go talk to your buddies
there
about.
is
the fact
obviously
that
something
he
you can do because the cops would be like, okay, we're interested, you know. Whereas if I could go to the police station and say like, you know, when I was a kid, I abused a vacuum cleaner. I think they would go, what? I don't care, right? So, but I mean,
I'm just saying that's what's going on in their mind. I'm not saying that's what they should do. Obviously, I'm just saying that they're it's an understandable loop for like a.
There is a timestamp I want to get to. The next timestamp is Ben's weird attitude in oldest daughter. Does that mean? Let's go there.
Right. So like the dice are loaded against him. But like she does, this is basically, you know, the porch routine where the dad comes out, vets the son, the potential son-in-law in front of the daughter. And, you know, he takes a few shots at him and sees if he can handle it. Right. But if the guy is like, fuck you, I hate your fucking dad. The girl's like,
I'll skip a bit.
Right.
Anymore.
In a certain sense. Right.
Yeah. You're looking for a deal to be made where you're like, yeah, I found it
so
good.
You want to say like, but you want to market your livestock, right? So you want to say like, no. Good genetics. Another way of saying that is like, yeah, nice pair of tits. She's fit. She's attractive. You know,
she's socialized well. She's a pleasure to be around. She's a bundle of joy. Any man would be lucky to have this girl in her life. She's going to be great as a mother to your children. She's going to be really, a pleasure to be, living your life with. And yeah, she's sexy and the whole thing. She comes from a great family. Her mother's beautiful. I'm a handsome man. And you want like, that's a total package. And she's going to be well supported. We're going to be here for you for whatever you need. And we can tell that you come from a good family. Hopefully, you and the other parents are going to meet, and you're going to be like, hey, isn't this great that they found each other and all this stuff?
But the marketing to the young men is like is going to be very clear. Like, this is going to be a great lay, right? Whereas to the other
only if he's a
girl,
low class person who's not thinking about what he's actually getting into because he hasn't come from a good family that's included an education and a rearing toward when he's thinking about this.
Dude, I'll say this. I always thought Big Tech was like this weird DV guy because he has some like DV stuff in his background. But the way he's handling the Thorps right here is exactly how I would do it. Be calm, kind of walk him through it. Yeah. He's doing a good job here.
He's like, I'm looking for the counterpart that I'm going to spend the rest of my fucking life with, so I'm taking this very seriously.
Well, isn't the assumption isn't the assumption that the parents help you with that part and you just kind of are like, mostly like a young man are driven towards like the and essentially it's not just like this is a person that I would fuck, but like it would be a good leg, like would be able to respond to masculine energy in kind, right? And would be a good, you know what I mean? Like
if you've had a failure to launch, it's like if you haven't come into maturity as a young man, that's how you're thinking.
But what I'm saying is, when a guy says I want to go balls deep on this bitch with no condom.
Yeah,
and you say, well, what drove you to that? The tits and the pussy and the nice ass and the nice body. Yeah, but he is in a certain sense.
He's a dog.
I want these genetics. He doesn't have to say.
He's a dog. So he's an animalistic.
But it works.
Wait, but this goes against Big Tech's thing because he's not including when the suitor is looking for a prospective wife or whatever.
Loco Aussie. Yeah, Becky is an L, which is why we covered her within like the first 15 minutes of the stream, and then we just moved on. There isn't really much more to say. But with the Thorps, oh boy, it has gotten very dark.
He's not saying, oh, and he's also looking for someone to be a father to. The assumption is she's already been.
Yeah. Montero, like Big Tech's level of chill. This might be revealing too much, man. But his level of chill, I'm actually kind of impressed by. I really am. That's the kind of chill I hope to have on my show. I think I have it.
Raised, right?
But wait a second. No, because let me just make my final point.
But see, he's like smoking weed and shit. I can't do that anymore right now. looking for better jobs. Not jobless, just looking for better jobs.
On this pattern. So in this interim period, the girl goes from being a daughter to be a kind of a second spouse. So that when the dad hands off the daughter to the husband, but here's the thing, he cries because he just lost the perfect girlfriend.
No,
you know what I'm saying? But like,
no.
Yeah, because she's hotter than the mom. But like he gets it. Like I can't. But he in his mind goes like, man, you are absolutely so fucking lucky because, right. And it's a beautiful thing. But why does he cry if it's just another pain in the ass that he wants to get rid of? If he just wants a livestock transaction? No, because it's like, I loved having this woman be part of my life. Now, here's an interesting thing. In Catholic understanding of things.
Oh, man.
In the Catholic understanding of things, there's a legitimate vocation. Let's say the mom dies, for the girl to stay with her dad, right? They'll say it could be the son with the mother, but it's the girl staying with her dad. And that's
Ben, at what point is there a factor where it's like, I love her? Like, do you love Grace?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So does your heart break when you think about her having like pain and tragedy in her life?
Of course.
And does it swell up with happiness, even so much that you would shed a tear thinking about?
No. Ben is not concerned if she's hurt.
About her.
Let's not mention swelling.
Your heart, Ben.
Yeah. Let's go back. Ben said that his daughter is his perfect woman. Yeah.
Vocation. Let's say the mom dies.
Okay.
Their pain in the ass that he wants to get rid of. If he just wants a livestock transaction. No, because it's like, I loved having this woman be part of my life. Now, here's an interesting thing. In Catholic understanding of things.
Oh, man.
In the Catholic understanding of things, there's a legitimate vocation. Let's say the mom dies, for the girl to stay with her dad, right? They'll say it could be the son with the mother, but it's the girl staying with her dad. And that's
Ben, at what point is there a factor where it's like, I love her? Like, do you love Grace?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So does your heart break when you think about her?
Oh, yeah. He's deeply in love with Grace.
Having like pain and tragedy in her life?
Of course.
And does it swell up with happiness, even so much that you would shed a tear thinking about her?
Let's not mention swelling.
Your heart, Ben. Your heart. Could it bring a tear of joy, thinking like, oh, I'm so happy that she's now going to embark on the best part of her life, where she gets to fulfill her role as a loving wife and mother to a family? Isn't this a beautiful moment? We're coming into the best thing that could have happened. Like, I fulfilled my role. I've given an incredible gift in rearing this child, taking care of her, providing for her, being a role model for her, being there through her ups and downs, and now she has made it into the arms of a man who's going to love her. And I'm so happy.
Well, she hasn't made it into the arms of a man who's going to love her, unless you're proposing right now, Grace.
No, that's.
I accept.
Isn't that how you want to feel at the wedding?
Whoa, look at that. They're really not running away from the allegations, are they? I mean, this whole stream has been a whoa, buddy.
Is what I'm saying.
That I've...
Not that you've lost a hot girlfriend that you're jealous to have been losing. As you're saying, that's like the opposite.
No, but also you're like, okay, fine, he can take her because I want the grandkids. Like, so I'm using his dick to produce... I'm using his dick, which is the proper dick, to like get me some grandkids who I can do the whole thing again with.
What do you want the grandkids for?
Well, you know, I had a conversation with an atheist, and he said like, he's so fucking toxic because all he wants to see is little hims running around. Absolutely right. I want as many of me running around.
Why?
As possible.
Why?
Because I think I'm great.
So it's just an ego trip.
I think I think every man should feel like he's a gift to the world, and his genetics and everything about him are a gift to the world, and I want to see as many of me.
So you just want to produce as many kids as possible, not really take care of them?
Out there as possible.
So it's just a self-aggrandization exercise.
Well, you could say in a sense, it's like if priests can become saints and that kind of thing, and they're remembered forever. Like, I want it to be genetic. I want it to be through my project.
Ben, you're missing a whole part of life that is the whole thing.
You're into this tribal, like back in the old days. Back in the old days, the man's greatest glory was having tons of kids. That was wealth.
Yeah, but why?
I got mad grandkids.
But why was that so great?
50 of them. Because it's saying my life energy, my balls were so fucking filled with...
No. Back in the old days, those kids were put to work. They would work on the farm and shit, dude. I mean, they would.
With good seed that I planted my seed directly and indirectly through my daughters, through my sons, through their mother, and I am fulfilling the Lord's first commandment: be fruitful and multiply. Absolutely right. The last thing I would ever do is snip myself.
All right, well,
but I understand.
To each their own. I have a different concept of how things are than you. I don't see the world through that lens, and I think.
Well, let's go back to this thing.
To me, yours is not.
So when you're handing off the daughter, you're handing off an adult to another adult. You're not handing off a child to an adult to be Like you take it halfway. No, she should be fully there. I would never hand off to a man, someone who like needs to be daddy, because then I'm saying I didn't do it. Now you got to break her in sexually.
I think women
You're
always
going to raise children with
need to be daddied for their whole life. I think women are kind of like children.
All right, so like, okay,
and
so
that's actually what makes them good mothers, is that the fact that they've maintained a childlike quality. That's what allows them to sing and play with the kids.
Yes, I understand that, but you're saying the relationship.
You have to break them in sexually? When you're handing off the daughter, you're not handing off a child. You're handing off an adult to an adult. And you have to break them in sexually? This is like half and half water and vodka. Okay, I'm just chugging this. I got work in the morning, dude. I can be hungover, do what I do. It's not too hard. All right.
Relationship is that the husband is also a father, right?
Yeah.
Now, would you say it's okay for a man to say that the wife is also a mommy to him? No. Mm-mm.
What would that mean? What would that mean? How would she be a mommy to him?
She's validating him. She's nurturing him.
Yeah, I guess that would mean that the man has remained a child. So that would be a problem for the man. But it's not a problem for the female. So that's why
there are many men whose wives are also mommies to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Man-child is a big problem.
Right?
Yeah, mama's boy, man-child. That's like you
shouldn't want to fuck your mom. You shouldn't want to fuck your mom.
Right.
Your boy.
Right.
Mm-mm. But you say on the other side, and I recognize there's a difference, but you're saying on the other side.
Well, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I mean, that's, whatever the Oedipus thing is, like that might actually be like a normal part of sexual maturity or something like that, to have that going on, or for there to be like a type of maternal.
Oh, Bruce, I wasn't thinking about medieval times. I was thinking more like a little, I guess more around colonial times, a little past that, where you would have families have a shit ton of fucking kids. They didn't put their asses to work. That's another hand on the farm.
Imprinting on the boy, so where there's something about the mother that he finds in the female that like resonates, and there's part of the attraction there, something like that.
All right, but then why doesn't the mother bring the son down the aisle and hand him off and cry? Doesn't happen that way. And there's also no son mother date in.
That's the thing, is because the males are not when they come into adulthood, they come into self-ownership. They get initiated. They get initiated into manhood. Like that's an old part of our culture that we don't have either. That you would come into manhood by men. Yeah, the men would
not by their mom.
Right, they would affirm you into manhood. You would come into manhood through some sort of like you go through academy, or you'd serve in the military, or you would inherit some property, or you take on a vocation, or whatever the thing is. And now you're an established man. This is what it means to be an eligible bachelor. Eligibility includes the fact that you've established some credentials for yourself.
Right. And basically, the number one credential is you say to mom, "Thanks, bitch, but I'm getting out your apron strings and I'm gonna go out and do me in the world."
Well, that's like a bare minimum. But I mean, in the old days, you're carrying a fucking blade on your hip, or you're killing with a gun, and you're bringing in some game, or you're out there tilling the field, and you're getting up early, and you're already a husband.
Aren't there? Doesn't both the husband and wife to some extent play the mother and father for each other in a small way? Can we say that? There will be some elements, like if the guy gets sick, the wife will act like his mom would act.
Yeah.
She's gonna. Yeah, exactly. She's gonna care for him.
It's just called caring, Grace. I don't want my wife to be my mom. You fucking weirdo.
Nurture to his needs and
wait. Let's just skip to
sure.
Like so just snapshot. If a girl says in sexuality, like in the midst of sexual play, "I've been bad girl, daddy," and he smacks her on the ass. Okay, that's vanilla. But if a guy says mommy in the middle of sexual play,
yeah.
I don't know. It just doesn't flow that way as much.
But isn't that proving Big Tech's point that it is?
If my wife said daddy in the middle of sexual play, that would be a little too weird. I better knock that shit off. Nah, we ain't doing that. That's some weird shit right there. That shit is weird, dude. I always found that weird.
It's a daddy relationship.
Okay, but here's my problem.
Yeah,
depending on what you mean by
her man daddy.
It's fairly normal. Okay, but like it's only in play because a husband-wife relationship, though it's complementary, though it's different, though the man has a kind of certain role as the head, he does not in any sense have a superior role to her. Her role is equal. They're fundamentally two adults.
Equal in what way?
Because what is at the core of a marriage? Friendship.
No.
And you would never be friends with oh, you don't think so?
What do you think is at the core?
It's a unique kind of friendship, but it is a friendship. Well, let me just ask you before you say it. Do you think you should ever be friends with someone who you don't see as an equal? Could you ever be friends with someone who you don't see as an equal? No. You can be friendly with them. No. You'd have to respect them.
Do you have any friends?
I'd like to consider you a friend.
No, Big Tech. He has no friends. And you can have friends that you don't see as an equal. I mean, they're probably not that good of a friend.
Cool answer. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting idea.
I consider Grace to be a great friend.
I'll give that some thought. Well,
I've had other friends. Yeah.
What's the meme that's like, we're best friends, right? I'm definitely your best friend.
Yeah.
Now, this part's good. Now we're about to move into the part about the glory hole. We're going to do that now. That's about 6 hours and 18 minutes in of this 12-hour stream. The long stream. Big Tech goes on for hours. We'll start right here. Okay. Close enough. I'm press play. I'm going to take another piss. Hopefully I don't miss anything amazing.
That's why you have children?
Do you think that?
Is that why you had children, to propagate the species? Like we went through it. Like you wanted to see little versions of yourself running around, or was it just like animal instinct kicked in and then you ended up with a litter of kids? Like what is it?
It's complicated in my case because I didn't meet someone that I wanted to produce children with, but I'm glad they're here. So now I'm in a kind of unusual situation where I love my kids, but I want their the family structure has been seen to be. Anyways, getting back to that thing. So I think the family structure here is that actually Grace, instead of becoming a helper to her mother, became the actual mother, and her mother just dipped out. And instead of becoming a secondary spouse, she asked her mother, "What are you doing here at all? Why is it me and dad?" And then in our case, we did become the competent mother and father, or male and female, and they even started calling Grace mom at a certain point when her mother dipped. And so her mother has not been able to figure out where she belongs in this family. And I think the answer is you don't any longer. Now, when you go into this thing of okay, she had these thoughts and she had these patterns, I understand that. But at the point at which I say to her, I think there's an off-ramp here, and it's called annulment. And clearly, the argument can't be made that this is what it's supposed to be from the beginning. And I made that super clear that I can make it in 2 seconds. The question is, why didn't she take that off-ramp and go, because I said, you can still live with us.
The question for who? Are you asking me the question, or are you just telling us what the rhetorical question is?
I'm saying, because you were saying, I understand how you say it's crazy, but I understand how, okay, so, but if I'm saying, I can't be this man for you, you have too many daddy issues, but you should continue to be a mother to our kids, though you can't be a spouse to me. Why didn't she take that off-ramp? And I said, you can live a good life, but I'm free and you're free from this torture that is not working. And then in the case of also in the case of Grace as a mother, she's kind of saying I'll take care of the kids. You're not right now. She's saying I'll go over there and take care of them. Get the fuck out of here. Why wouldn't she take us up on that offer and say, yeah, okay, I don't want to do either of these things. She clearly hates being a mother and is totally incapable of being a spouse. Grace is able to fill in and willing to fill in. So at that point of saying no, I'm going to cause you your life.
Well, what do you think it is? You're asking it rhetorically. What do you think the reason is? I don't get it. Sounds like you've thought plenty about it. You have no idea.
Insanity or evil. Yeah.
Insanity or evil. Those are. I don't believe
people
those
are
the
either
best guesses
crazy
you can make.
Or they're
what kind of
crimes are committed? If crimes are committed, doesn't society start to say I don't even care if you're crazy. You got to stop this.
What's the crime?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into it, but I've heard from Grace several crimes.
Oh,
that she
you
is
should call the cops.
Occurred. Yeah, okay, and she's hesitant to do that because, yeah, that's the problem. But I can give you an example that. Well, I don't know if I can give this example legally, but she wanted to do something with me where I'm saying you're abusing the kids. She's saying I am abusing the kids and I can't seem to stop. And she's like, okay, well, I need to have a sexual connection with you to not abuse the kids. So I said, okay, let's you can do this thing but I can't deal with you. So I was like, okay, we set up a glory hole kind of thing. And I was like, okay, you can do this if you can take care of the kids. And she's like, okay, let's try it. So we tried it, and lo and behold, it didn't work. And she was like, and I put myself through it on my side. I was like, okay, if you say you need to have this kind of sexual connection with me, but then you're going to stop abusing the kids, right? Now, at the point at which I said yes to that.
Wait a minute. So you were withholding sex from your wife so much that she was going crazy and hurting the kids?
No, we were.
A glory. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. That's right. The sheet. It was around the time that Courtney did that very shameful Hormaxer stream. Ben tried to do this glory hole thing. I think it was Hormaxer's idea. I guess the idea is to put a sheet over Ben with a hole for his dick. And the wife, Courtney, would, I guess, try to work with what she has there with Ben's limp dick. But Courtney couldn't get it hard. Because Ben's dick it sounds like it's not getting hard anymore. Unless it's Grace. Okay.
I wasn't withholding anything.
Well, she said she needed a sexual connection with you, and you were like,
right.
no.
It had. No. She's the one who stopped that. She's like,
well, what does she mean? I need a sexual connection with you, but I'm not going to have sex with you. That doesn't make sense.
Well, she's going to have a type of sex that, like, it was her type of sex, right? This is going to. I mean, this is where you get into like sort of tweaking. Okay, so I'm saying, I had said for a long time, we're not married. We're never going to be married, and it's fine. But like, you need to. When we went to a priest, and the priest said, "Yeah, no, I think you should pursue annulment. I've never seen a case like this." Okay, but she's like, "Okay, well, but I can't do that." Right? And I think she should have said, "I can do that," and I don't. It's not your fault that I'm having trouble with this. But you would say, "Well, she needs a man," right? My thing to her was, "You need to go resolve your daddy issues with your daddy." But she's like, "Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to resolve them with you."
You mean
At that
God?
point, I think it
You
becomes
pointed
criminal.
up, so you mean
no, her literal father in New Hampshire.
Her father,
who is still around, and like, I get it. It's tough, but like, resolve it at least intellectually. And she's like, I'm not going to do that.
So this
Trick or treat.
How long ago was it? You're saying that we're not married anymore, and you were seeking an annulment. It's like before you got on the internet.
It's like 2020, yeah,
like 5
years
years
before
ago.
this.
Okay.
And I was like certain, and I was,
And when was it that she was saying that she was having this trouble abusing the kids? Before that or after that?
Entire time, from about 2018 until now, there's been this kind of like, I'm having a mental breakdown. That's now 7 years. 7 years of total inaccessibility.
And what would she say?
And during that time, Ben and Grace were very close and sharing the bed. So that probably didn't make things better, right?
The reason is, do you ever ask her, like, what's the reason?
Abuse.
What is she referring to?
I have no idea.
Why not?
Well, you know what her
She'll never
story
say it.
is. You know what her story is.
Violence.
Her dad left her, and
It's abuse that she had experienced before. Not abuse from
she has
you.
a hard time connecting to people, or maybe I'm mistaking what you guys.
No, it would be abuse from me. Abuse from me. That's all I've ever heard. And I've always said, what's the abuse?
I see.
And I've also said, like, so, okay, but wouldn't it be true that if you're experiencing abuse from me, my thing is, please get away from me. So I don't get how. And then there's even more failure when it's apart from me. So how is the problem abuse? Right. So, okay, I'm begging you to do your own thing. So if you're being abused by me, should be like great for you to do your own thing, right? But it's only the reports
Begging
I get
you
are
to do
just
your own
worse.
thing. So that you are begging your wife to do her own thing.
What I'm saying is, well, your putative wife, but I'm saying if someone says I'm in an abusive relationship and you
The
say,
mother of your children
well,
who you were married to.
let's get you out of it. Let's get you out of this relationship as much as possible. And they end up having more failure.
I think Courtney was trying to tell Ben that she's sexually frustrated and pissed off as she's channeling the anger towards the kids. I know if my wife hasn't received the vitamin D in a while, she does get kind of angry and mad, which are the same thing. I mean, she doesn't abuse anyone. But I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I know what's going on here. Look, man. Having sex helps, man. Helps with a lot of things. Helps ease tensions, man. It's just a great release. And you need that. And if you don't get that, well, bad things can happen. But did it need to be a glory hole sex? Well, Ben is like, I guess he cannot stand Courtney. At all. Ben can't even, I guess, look at Courtney's face and tolerate it. At that point of a marriage, it's done. It's over with.
You're apart from that relationship, then you would have to say, like, the problem here isn't abuse. The problem is something else. Right?
I'm still trying to understand what she's calling abuse. And if you say, I don't know, that makes me think that you were like incurious to discover what she meant.
Well, I mean, she would say, I'm abusing you right now. I am an abusive person.
Yeah.
Okay, so but if that abusive person says, please, please, do everything you can to get away from me. Love it. I love it. Then it can't, and that person says, like, no, I don't want to do that.
Because she needs you.
What does she need me for?
You're the father of her children.
What does she need me for? My children need me, but what does she need me for?
She's your putative wife that you married after impregnating her.
I didn't marry her, and I've made it super clear. And
did you go to a wedding and put a ring on her finger?
Okay, but everyone would recognize you can go through the motion.
Big Tech, you don't understand. It was all fake. It wasn't a real wedding. That was even a fake ring. It was he got that ring from the bottom of a Cracker Jack box. Okay? It was a plastic ring. It wasn't even real.
And there's something missing.
You're the only person I've ever heard of in the world who says anything like that.
No, that's not true. The Pope in Rome would say that in 2 seconds. I had a priest who looked into it, like talked with her at great length, and he's like, yeah, no, not even close. So only person in the world, no.
You're the only person in the world I've ever talked to who said anything like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not Catholic, so.
Yeah, so that's a Catholic thing, I guess, but the point...
Is that a Catholic thing? To get married and then act like you weren't never married? That, I think right there, that shows Ben's state of delusion right there.
Point is like, so you went
through... It's just a human thing.
You went through... So when you go through a marriage ceremony...
There's a toxic relationship. We both agree.
Yeah.
What's the point of... If something's not working... Like, I would say, even if we were married, like, okay, then you have permanent separation. I'm super down with that. You can't make an argument that you're a victim.
All right, guys. I'm down for... I'll chug this water. We'll do it. Well, actually, it's vodka water. Let's freaking go. I'll slam this motherfucker. We'll slam it. We'll slam it hard.
Victim of a relationship, and then
I'll sip on it right now.
Say, like, you're free to get out of this.
So
right?
I know that there's a Catholic way that you can look at it and say that marriage is some sort of like holy sacrament or something, and there's like a certain way that you're actually married.
But wait. Actually, more importantly, if you guys are liking this, press that like button. Smash that like button. It's more important than super chats and memberships and stuff like that. Well, what are the likes? 25? Well, we got 37 people watching. Why don't we have 30 likes? But let's fix that. The thumbs up button is right there, bro. And it makes me hard. That was probably too much. What makes me harder is slamming this vodka water, half vodka, half water. I think for some memberships, I'll do that for sure. And that's just me being a little grimy.
But you're talking to me, and I described to you that in my view, it is a transaction that you're entering into a business relationship. The business is building a family together, and so you engaged in that with her. So you went down the road, you built a family together, you impregnated her, you went through the ceremony, you called yourself her husband, at least at the time.
Yeah.
So she needs you now. And so
But
she's
if someone
saying to
says
you,
this relationship,
and
wait a
you're
second.
saying, well,
Even-
and you're saying like, well, if it hurts you, just drop out of the relationship. And she's saying, but I need it
No, no.
because I'm the
But wait,
mother to
wait,
these
wait,
kids, and you're the father.
Wait. So in a business partnership, if one person says like, this partnership is no longer giving me more than it's taking from me, okay, the other person is going to say like, okay, yeah, let's part ways, right?
Well, that can be
Unless
an
it's a
answer.
temporary
It
thing,
doesn't
but
have to be
happens-
like. It can also be let's fix this thing so that it gets better. Let's make it to
Okay, but
where
if-
it's now reciprocal.
But if the person who's saying this is like intrinsically toxic and really like damaging me, and I'm doing drugs, and I'm abusing the employees and all this kind of stuff, right? You'd say like, okay, and if the other person is willing to say like, okay, let's cut our losses, and the other person goes, no,
No,
I'm
because
doubling down on the partnership.
look,
then
I'm
you
not
have to
saying that
say,
it's the right.
That's crazy.
Well, it's not. I mean, you can call it crazy. I think that's a overstatement. But what it is, maybe it's desperate. Maybe it's confused. Maybe it's ill-informed. Maybe it's immature. Maybe it's something. It could be crazy. But what it also could be
It's
is just,
irrational. It's irrational.
well, I mean, she's a woman, but the
Well,
thing
I
is that
say
what
women
it
are
also
people, maybe
is.
that's where we differ.
I mean, women are
Yeah, I see that, Alex
prone to
Jill
irrationality.
Jones.
It's sort of like a stereotypical
Problem
trait.
is,
But
I'm not into dudes.
So whether or not it's
But I think they
irrational,
are rational.
well, humans, yeah. So yeah.
And I'm married.
But the thing is that
Yeah.
in a state where you're like feeling real, I wonder if you can connect with this because I think
Ring
it's,
right here.
like you're rational, and you probably
I
have,
think so.
you know, assuming that you have the regular amount of human understanding and maybe what we call empathy and sympathy, you might be able to imagine a person like if you weren't you were her instead, and you're in this spot where you've got 6 children, and
Yeah.
you maybe also have all sorts of chaos going on within you that even clogs or clouds your vision of things and makes it not easy for you to think up a great solution to the problem. What you might end up doing is sort of just crying out to someone about the problem, but not knowing how to fix it, but hoping that it gets fixed. And that's not actually crazy. And so if she's telling you,
Who's being cried out to here? Me?
well, if she's telling you the problem is you're abusive, that might be her way of basically trying to articulate a problem that she would like to be solved so that things get better.
But I'm saying like,
Look at this. I didn't know Big Tech was this deep of a man. I know he had some like DV charges in this past or so. I don't know if that's true or not. I really don't know. But okay, he's really going in deep here. He's really being the internet therapist.
I don't care if you think I'm abusive or whatever. Like, I have no interest here. So,
But the thing is, in her
and I
world,
never will.
and in the normal world, like the normal, common, normative perspective of marriage, is that you made a promise to care about that.
But I mean, like she also knows I'm Catholic, so if I can like point out,
Weasel out of the promise, I'll do it. If I can get a priest to tell me it's okay to break the promise.
No, if I can, and I was happy to go through it with her, but she never would go through it. I said like, okay, so we should be able to examine these vows if there was something missing, and she was free
No,
to
but
go
see,
to a
that's
priest
only
to argue on the other side.
but that's not the
priest was like,
solution.
"Holy
But
shit."
she's not asking you to examine the vows. She's asking you to uphold the vows, and you're saying no. But I think I can get out of these vows. Let's look at
You
it.
don't
I'm
have
allowed
to
out,
uphold
right?
vows if someone was incapable of making them.
But if my mother was
Irrational
accusing
to
him
ask
of
someone to
being-
uphold vows that they weren't able to make.
I believe that my mother was accusing him of being abusive in the sense that he has a psychological disorder. And so if that's true, it would be equally as valid on her side to say, I think this marriage should be annulled because you did not have the maturity to enter into a marriage.
If
So
I
to
wasn't,
What? What? There's all sorts of people who get married that have psychological disorders, like women, for example. Well, I mean, there are a lot of women out there with like BPD and shit like that, and anxiety disorders or whatever. They'll say they have like crippling depression, and they get married. Anyway,
if I wasn't a worthy partner, I have no problem with saying like, go find another partner.
From
Absolutely,
her
go find
side,
worthy
as a
partner.
Catholic, the very fact that she was deeming him abusive should have made her consider this option. Do you understand that?
Well, I'm
you as
learning
a
about
mother
this
are
thing from
saying-
you guys. You know what? I didn't know the Catholics had this idea that if somebody
We're gonna slam this
feels
thing?
psychologically not up to the task of upholding a vow,
come
then they can
on,
get out.
let's do it.
Because what I
That's
know
not how it
about,
goes, and you know that too. So, but you're just lying because you're a liar.
did I articulate what you're saying wrong? I didn't mean
No,
to.
no, you miss.
What part did I
This
miss?
has annulment has everything to do with whether the person was capable, and this is like common sense.
I thought that's what I just said.
Was capable. No, not whether they. It has nothing to do with someone's feelings later on. It has to do with whether someone was capable at the time of fulfilling the vows that they're making. So if for example, I believe that I own a house, but actually legally, like I'm not aware of it, but I don't own the house, then the transaction is nullified, right? Or if I'm mentally incapable
How do you, what? But we're talking about a marriage. You agreed to marry Courtney. And then you had multiple kids with her. And then after that, you realized, oh, you know what? This isn't working.
Of understanding what selling a house is, I can sign the paper, but then someone could later challenge that based on my lack of, and it gets into gray areas.
So
retarded
would
person sell a house?
Yeah, that's what I was actually just going to say. So like maybe it's an overstatement, but in general, like so you like found out that she's retarded and defective after you married.
But it's yes.
Yeah, and so you're like, okay, it turns out I received a product that was not as advertised.
Yeah.
Right. And I want to return this to sender, and I'd like out of the bargain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Well,
but you had the product for years. You had multiple kids with the product. So it sounds like you really used the product there.
But now,
like, let me say this. Real quick.
She went out of the bargain too.
I know that you guys like to say that it's so funny that my wife left me for a Philip.
That's like going to Best Buy with like a Blu-ray player you bought like the first year that Blu-ray players when they came out. They're like, oh, this doesn't work. It's messed up. You know what? I don't even think I was in the right mind to buy this Blu-ray player, actually. And like, sir, you bought this Blu-ray player like 7 years ago. Like, what? and let's say Ben even brings the receipt. It's like, no. Like, you bought it. It's yours. It's even covered in dust.
Filipino.
No, we're not bringing that up.
But let me say,
I said I was sorry.
No, hear me out. What I've told you in the past, and maybe you remember, maybe not, I put my wife in the car and I drove her back to her dad's house and I left her there when I wanted to be out of the marriage. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking to a guy who's okay with like canceling the arrangement, if it becomes a thing that where it's like, all right, this is not going the way it needs to go, I don't know what else to do, I split.
Yeah, right. And I'm pretty sure you could get an annulment. You don't have to be Catholic to get an annulment, but I'm probably...
So why didn't you do that?
I'm pretty sure that you could argue like it wasn't there.
But what I didn't do is, like, why didn't you do that?
What, drive her to her father's house?
Why don't you just say, this is over? We're going to make a plan. This is over.
I did.
Well, then what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. Well, then what are we doing here if it's over?
I don't know. I've been attacked brutally since then.
By who?
I can't. Well, the person who she didn't take the off ramp. She instead said, no, we're going to like.
What's the attack?
She went to the cops. Right.
About
so
what?
The cops and legal system.
About the cops in court. But the cops aren't a factor anymore. She's just taking you to court.
About a divorce?
Abuse.
Oh, about abuse. So she
just wrote the term abuse.
Oh, but but that's because you got into like altercations and stuff.
No. No, she made something up. She had to make something up because there was no actual altercation.
Oh.
There were verbal altercations, but I mean, it's not a legal thing, but she had to make up an altercation.
I don't think BigTech is buying this.
To get the courts involved, and then she got a very aggressive lawyer, and I largely said, like, I think you're going to come to your senses, and she didn't. But she's going to have to come to her senses at a certain point.
Yeah, I don't think we're smashing this
criminal activity
water.
Can be tolerated by those who experience it, but like they also can press charges, and then you can't say, but it's not a great way to resolve things. I just don't know why there couldn't have been just like a peaceable, like, okay. In other words, in any relationship, you agree, in any relationship, when one person's like, I want out here, the other person has to say, like, well, right or wrong, like, okay, yeah, there's nothing I can do. I need to make the best of this situation. They have a certain freedom. Vows or no vows.
Yeah, it's better when they do that. Sometimes people feel raw about it and they feel, they want to, I mean, everybody knows the way that it went with mine. My wife ended up getting back at me. She ended up finding a way to make me regret doing what I did because she didn't want out. She wanted me to stay with her.
Right, but like,
just like yours.
Well,
wait. I just have a question.
What I'm saying is it's wrong to say, like, now I'm going to punish you. You got to say, take the L. Take the L.
Oh, wait, BigTech, I just have a question. I'm not trying to pry, but I'm just saying, like, I thought what happened with your wife was that she made you really mad. I don't know if you admit that you did it or not, but like there was some kind of a physical altercation, and then she.
That was 2 years after we broke up.
Oh, okay. Well,
I was picking up my kids to have them for the weekend because we were separate. I had given her everything we had. I went and started over for myself. Sorry?
Were you divorced at that point?
The paperwork wasn't done. We just did like a, I'd never been divorced before. I wasn't in a hurry to go through the paperwork. Honestly, maybe I was sort of like clinging to a little bit of hope that somehow, maybe in time, I would figure out what to do and make it better or something. But we had already been split up for 2 years. And I had my son and my daughter for a birthday weekend. And then we were meeting up to return the kids. And she picked a fight with me in the parking lot. And then the cops were called. And then I caught misdemeanor charges. And she used that to get a restraining order against me and take custody of the kids. And I got divorce court raped, basically, at that point. But that was long after we had broke up. But that's not why we broke up. That was like
But what I'm saying
during
is,
the
what
split.
is your evidence that she wanted to keep it going? I'm not doubting you. I'm just wondering, what is your evidence that she wanted to stay with you? By picking the fight?
Oh, no. I mean, she had articulated it like a lot. Like she was mad that we were split up, didn't want to split up. We were still hooking up and sleeping together sometimes.
Wait, so because you were the one who initiated it, right?
Yeah. I left her.
Oh, Grace is thinking, oh, okay, how can I turn this around onto big tech? Oh, talk about someone else's problems, not her own problems.
So you left her.
And I was still kind of coping with, did I do the right thing? Is there a way to fix this? I don't know, but I knew that we couldn't be together anymore at a certain point. And so that's why we weren't.
So you and my dad have very similar stories, except I don't know if your wife lied about you, but she straight up lied referencing a night where him and I had a conversation, and she lied and said during the conversation that he beat her and punched her in the face and torso, which is just a flat out lie. But to do a very similar thing, to get restraining orders, to get the kids, and to divorce court rape him. Yeah, so very similar.
Yeah, she didn't have to do that. She basically
see that as retaliation. I'm saying it's really quite a similar story. She was retaliating against you.
Yeah, it's not that far off.
Well, let me ask you this: if you took vows, right?
Yeah.
You were married.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you could go back and make a case based on evidence that one or both of us was not really in a place where we kind of understood what the vows meant and could easily fulfill them. Like that's the test, right? In other words, you're saying
no, but I'm willing to bet that big tech is going to say no, but he did what he did and he got married and it was a real marriage. They were married. It's not some delusional fairy tale land. They were married. That's what it was.
You're not saying I want to do this. You're saying I will do this with you, right? If someone wasn't really capable of saying I have the maturity to do this because of whatever issues in the past or whatever, wouldn't it be better to say, okay, yeah, so we made a mistake. What's the harm?
Honestly, it was probably me who was the one. It's both of us. I don't want to.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, I got married not understanding what I was getting into, not knowing myself well enough to be able to I was very immature at the time. I was just sort of I just sort of rolled into it.
Yeah, okay. There are factors I don't know, in your case, there are factors you want to get out of one situation to get in another. Sometimes there's the pressure of pregnancy.
I kind of did, dude. I monkey branched from one girl onto the next, and she was beautiful, and she wanted to, and I was like, you know what, let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Big Tech, you were saying that my dad didn't love my mom. I think my mom could honestly just as easily have made a case if she wanted it to be antagonistic, well, Ben only got married to me because he thought it was the right thing to do, and he felt the pressure of me being pregnant, and that's not a real marriage. You could.
Yeah, there was a lot of factors missing.
He was wrong, and he would argue, well, she was, had a psychological.
So what's the problem?
So he didn't say that. Huh. Okay.
What's the problem with saying that?
From entering into this.
Well,
why is that something no, that's not okay?
Because
it's not about it not being okay.
When you said your wife wasn't mature, or
let's say, for example,
your criticism was your wife.
Hold on a second, Grace.
Did that develop, or was she always at that?
Hold on a second, Grace. Let's say a guy becomes a priest. Let's leave aside your thing about priests, right? He becomes a priest because he doesn't want to deal with women, and he's basically sort of homosexual, but he wants to use the collar as a way to resolve his problems with homosexuality, right? If it comes out at some point, that's the issue. That's why you become a priest. I think you would say, hey, bro, look, we don't need another gay priest here. If he meant it sincerely, but he didn't understand, I'm just using this as cover. I don't really want to be a priest. Okay, get out of it, right? You took certain vows, but that we should have caught that. You should have caught that. But at this point, we're good, right?
What?
Why is that any different in the case?
Why are his examples so fucking weird? This is a homosexual priest. A Catholic priest, homosexual. Does this homosexual priest have a feeling towards kids? Huh?
Case of marriage, and in our case, there's so many markers, right? And having 6 kids, all the more reason, right? If you're more able to be good parents as separate than you are together, then that's a super easy one. The kids come first.
Look, if I was a woman, especially a mother of 6 kids, I would be thinking about it like this. I need this guy to either change so that we can keep getting along, keep the family intact so that he can keep taking care of me and providing for me and the kids. or I need to find a way to divorce this guy and get everything I can from him so that I can take care of me and the kids. That's how a mother's gonna be thinking. I need this guy.
That's how a horrible female thinks. But wouldn't a positive mother say, like, it would be best for my kids that they have a good relationship with their father and me? And isn't he going to be generous towards them and me if I maintain friendly relations with him?
But if you don't already
That's
have
crazy.
friendly relationships and you guys basically hate each other.
That wasn't the case.
She's saying she feels like
Well, it sounds like it was the case, Ben. It doesn't sound like you're very friendly with Courtney.
you don't. Okay.
No, I mean, like, literally the day before I received at gunpoint a restraining order, we were playing a game with the kids as a group, and we were hoping to raise money to go to California. So I wasn't looking to cut anything off.
Well, you'd already cut off sex.
No, she cut that off. No, she cut that off.
So you were in a sexless relationship.
Yeah.
With a woman.
But I
that
was
you
the one
were-
who always was like, I'm open to, trying again. And she was like, nope, no way. Nope.
So she
Because your dick don't work.
was always bitching at you about abusing her, and she was basically crazy and unable to be married.
No. She didn't bitch about this until after the legal stuff happened.
Juno says to what
Wait, I
said,
thought she
"Why
was
did
bitching
say
about it
that?"
since 2020 or 2018. Or
She was bitching about her abusing the kids
and that had to do
and how
with
she couldn't stop doing it. And I was like, that's not okay. It's not okay for you to abuse children and say you can't stop doing it.
Oh, she wasn't calling
Whatever
you
we need to
abusive
do.
until after
Nope.
restraining order.
Nope.
Oh, now I'm confused.
Not a
I thought
bit.
that's what you go.
Not a bit.
Weird. So she didn't have any complaints about you until after you guys broke up.
I'm not saying there weren't tensions, but it was always like, I know you're a great guy, and I'm trying to become the wife that I wanted to be. And my point was, that's not a wife, someone who's trying to become a wife. See, that's essentially the problem that you're saying is, like, she was always a daughter and never a partner. So I'm saying, like, well, okay, like, it's not my job. It's your dad's job. And if he didn't do it, go see him. Or be one of these women who just doesn't have a man, but you can't obviously connect with me because you have issues with him and you're not willing to resolve those issues with him. But I mean, I essentially spiritually did the same thing as you, which is to say, I literally said to her, like, you need to address these issues with your father. It's got nothing to do with me. I wasn't even like mad. I was like, I was angry about the kids being abused. And I was like, this has to do with I literally said, like, okay, how about you get 48 hours? We'll all be behind you. All you have to do is send one text message to either your father, your mother, or our son, John, who had become part of this, kind of like thing, saying anything honest. And 48 hours went by and not a text message was sent. And so I was like, okay, well, you can lead a horse to water, but it's, that's not okay.
East Coast Podcast says Grace abuses Ben. Make the case, East Coast. Make the case in chat. I would like to hear that.
All right, man. The timeline and the relationship dynamics become. Man, if I was a good therapist, I would have been taking notes.
I can show you like
I would
texts
have
from 2023. I just happened to see them because they were on like my Discord with Grace. And it was like, I was like, okay, I think this is great. I think we can get through this. You can be a great mother.
East Coast. Sometimes she barely even feeds him. I know, right? Poor Ben, so malnourished, hardly even fed. Man, he might be on my diet of pretty much nothing but like tuna and some chicken and some beef here and there.
To your kids, you can stay on YouTube. Everyone loves Crazy Courtney, and she's like, yeah, I can be Crazy Courtney, and people really like you, and we can be friends, and you can live here, and there's another off ramp, right? Like, you can even live here. I'm not saying we got to separate. And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna try that, and I was like, okay, and it just immediately tanked. So,
well, those stories, I'll take your word for it. Those stories about the finger sniffing and the anger about the period question and things like this, these are like really, really odd. And I'm sure there's a ton more like that, right? I bet there's like a whole shoebox full of those where that came from, along the road. And so that sounds bizarre.
There were
There's
sexual
no
issues, and then what came out like somewhere in this is.
By the way, reminder, if you're watching right now, press the like button. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you guys so much. We will go for like 20 more minutes for sure. I do have work in the morning. But with that said, if you guys want to, I could speed run this freaking vodka water right here. This is me asking for sure. If you guys, for the next super chat or membership, I will chug this vodka water and it will be good. What have you guys learned so far about this Ben and Grace and Big Tech stream? You learned a lot.
Is like that she said, every time I try to experience sexual pleasure, what I do is imagine myself as a man with a penis. And I was like, ooh, I didn't know that. Like, that's a big, like, problem. You know,
Yeah.
and so this is like almost like, I'm not saying it's transgenderism, but like if you have to fantasize about having a penis when you're a woman to experience sexual
What?
pleasure, like no shade, right? But like I should have known about that
Yeah, I don't know
before
about
there
that.
was a ring on my finger. You know what I mean? And so she said, like, that's been what's been, because I was always like, what's going on? You close your eyes, right? And, like, so that emerged. And I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't have said yes to that. You know what I mean? Like, I would have said, like, that's not okay with me. You know, like, I don't want to have sex with someone like that.
I never heard that before. Have you shared that before?
Yeah, she admitted that. Like, she publicly shared that was her. And the second part of the
That kind of like all of a sudden I felt.
What? Back up.
emerge. And I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't have said yes to that. You know what I mean? Like, I would have said, like, that's not okay with me. You know, like, I don't want to have sex with someone like that.
I never heard that before.
Back up a little bit more.
And so that sounds bizarre.
There were
There's no
sexual
way-
issues, and then what came out like somewhere in this is like that she said every time I try to experience sexual pleasure, what I do is imagine myself as a man with a penis, and I was like, ooh,
What?
I didn't know that. Like that's a big, like, problem, you know.
Yeah.
And so this is like almost like, I'm not saying it's transgenderism, but like if you have to fantasize about having a penis when you're a woman to experience sexual pleasure, like no shade, right? But like
Courtney is a futa. Courtney is a futa. What's a futa? Google it. Google it, and that'll explain it. Okay.
should have known about that.
Yeah, I don't know
before
about
there
that.
was a ring on my finger. You know what I mean? And so she said, like, that's been what's been, because I was always like, what's going on? You close your eyes, right? And, like, so that emerged. And I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't have said yes to that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would have said, like, that's not okay with me. You know, like, I don't want to have sex with someone like that.
I never heard that before. Have you shared that before?
Yeah, she admitted that. Look, she publicly shared that was her. And the second part of the
that kind of like all of a sudden I felt myself starting to have more sympathy for you than I've ever had before, Ben. Like
Well, I mean, that's
you're a
kind of
weird
that
cat,
issue,
and I'm
right?
starting to go like, I get it.
That's a kind of weird issue, right? And you get this thing with like the penis thing of like the sexual experience is always being like oriented towards me, never like she's not participating, right? Because it's kind of this penis obsession, which you could say is just like a basic daddy issue. Like I kind of want to have a penis. I wish I had a penis. I'm fascinated by penises. And it's like, well, how many years can a guy endure this?
Damn, dude. So you're over here dealing with a house full. You got like one woman who's got to imagine she's got a dick in order to get off, and your daughter's over here flicking her bean and looking at hardcore pornography, and you got, dude, how are you even still alive, bro?
Right. So I actually was like near dead.
That's the victim. I decided. All right, we're gonna let's take a look at this chart.
Well, I'm saying like I called it a penile. We had a
Forget about the chart. No one cares about the chart.
a stream called penile substitution theory because there is something called penal substitution theory in Christianity.
You know what?
And, like,
Grace, you're right.
at a
There's no category where Ben is in the victim category. We got to add a new row.
What would it be?
It would be the poor bastard.
Poor bastard. There you go.
Well,
Creepy
am I an
dad,
enabler?
brat kid, cut queen, or poor bastard. This poor bastard married this woman who baby trapped him. She's got sexual dysfunction. She's like covertly abusive to the kids. She's got like all these behavioral issues out the ass, and she's never going to be satisfied. She
pretends like she fantasizes that she's like a chick with a dick.
Just all over the place. He's like, he's creating a family with her, and in time it's coming to light like, oh my god, I'm dealing with somebody who's just like out of her mind. And
So it'd be Ben.
But it's being hidden from me. It's being hidden from
yeah,
me.
and you're discovering it along the line. You know, you're not guaranteed to have crazy radar built into where you're able to detect it. And by the time you start figuring it out, you've got houses, you've got a restaurant, who knows what? You got 6 kids, you got the life that you're living, and now you're like, oh my god, my daughter's coming into teenage adulthood.
What if Ben's been spitballing things to see what would work with big tech to see if it'll work in court? Courtney fantasizing that she is a chick with a dick. I like to see him bring that up in court.
And I guess she's dealing. This is going on. Oh my god, she's been getting her finger sniffed, and who never. What?
Well, that was much earlier. But I don't see myself as a victim. I'm just saying, even at this late stage, I would say, look,
Your Honor, Courtney's crazy. She thinks she's a chick with a dick. And therefore, we just end it right here and say she gets nothing of mine.
out of Grace's pussy, right? She's 22 years old. Whatever she does, leave her the fuck alone, right? I don't really think it's any of her mother's business or my business.
Yeah, I wouldn't call you
frankly.
a victim,
What
but
she
I mean,
wants to
like,
do with
talk
it.
about having your hands full. I mean, it's like there's a level beyond, like, oh, I really got my hands full with this family. You have like a monkey on your back situation.
Yeah, and
you're
so,
carrying this thing, like, and you're not the only man in the world, but sometimes you end up with a woman who's just for whatever reason, like, who can handle that?
Well, but see, so I see the cuck queen thing is what's going on. I would call it a mother predator because I think she had anger, right? And so I enabled her anger by like the Jesse Lee Peterson thing, of saying like your dad allowed this. So I do think I would have to be put in the enabler position. Although I think I was innocent, but like Grace was largely right to say what the fuck.
Ben's not really trying to say that he's like the innocent one. He was the one who said that his 16-year-old daughter laying next to him in bed was like a porno situation.
Right? And like, how did you let this happen? And now she's in the position of saying like, okay, well, I need to tell my story about who the predator is here. And I should also enable that. And to say like, if there's crimes, let the criminal justice system work it out. But if we don't have to go there, great. But like, if she's escalated, then you escalate. You have every right to escalate, and I'll hold your hand the whole way there. And like, let's do this. Let's get beyond this. Like, because there were off ramps offered all the way for everyone, but they weren't taken.
Ben, you are like, you just got done telling us about how sexual you've been since early ages.
Yep.
And then you ended up in this like hellish, sexless marriage. If,
Yeah,
if you're not a victim, then what do you call it? I mean, like, you're the unfortunate recipient of like a terrible circumstances. Like, okay, if that's not a victim, fine. But I mean, like, if somebody's
the sex was lousy, to go from lousy sex to no sex is better, honestly.
Yeah, it went from bad to worse, and then that's somehow better.
No, it went from worse to better because
it was already you went from nightmare to.
I mean, what Grace is telling you, I'll say she's old enough, right? Okay, these 4-hour sessions were like the beginning of a blowjob, then like this like kind of like problem to like a little more to. I mean, it was like 4 hours. Can you imagine like what that does to your like sense of
man? And for the sake of time, let me get to the next timestamp because I know we're gonna. Okay, let me get to when they bring up the beer bottle, the sexting and the beer bottle incident. All right, here we go. All right, I'm gonna press play. Here we go. Good night. Is it PDL saying good night? Good night, man.
I think stop motion or animation at RISD, like when he
pretty
was in here. We were both genuinely.
Did he want to take that class?
Artists. Yeah.
Was that something he asked for, or was that your dad's idea?
It was my dad's idea, but he had been doing art all my life. Like ever since we were a kid, he was always drawing.
When he got the class, was he excited?
Yeah. But once me and my dad started encouraging it, he decided to become a plumber and to not do art at all, just out of spite. I sincerely promise you that. He's been drawing my whole life. He's always been an artist, makes comic books, and he still does art on the side. But like, he dropped the whole thing because me and my dad were encouraging it. I swear to God, and decided to pursue plumbing because he didn't want to seem gay or something.
Did your dad think it was gay?
No, my dad literally has a story, and it might.
Maybe he thought it would make your dad happy, and for that reason, he didn't want to do it.
My dad once walked into my brother's room at our old house, and him and John had a very frayed connection at that point, but he saw all the art my brother had been doing on the side, like through the dysfunction, and he teared up. He was sincerely like, oh, John has such a beautiful artistic mind, and he's been keeping going with this, even though like there's been so much dysfunction. Like, I really admire that. So my dad doesn't think art, my dad's an entertainer. He doesn't think art is gay.
I don't know. Sometimes he talks about like masculine, like what a man is and stuff, and he can be, like he's a bit of a ball buster. Was he throwing around jokes like, oh, this is my, he's not gay. This is my artistic son. That doesn't mean he's gay. I don't know. Was there stuff like that going on?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, jokes, but like he was.
Did that get under John's skin?
Oh yeah, it did.
Yeah, I bet. Chat's reminding me about what. Do you want to tell us about the sexting messages? You've been over it a million times, but like, what was that? Like, there's reminding me, John found some sexting messages between you and Ben, or what would you call that? Is that what those were, or something else?
John has a story that he found my phone, unlocked it, violated my privacy, looked through my texts, and saw me sending an eggplant emoji to my dad and saying, "Bring that big dick up here, daddy." Something like that. Which I don't know if that was true, but like I wouldn't put it past myself because you've heard how me and my dad talk. Yes, we make sexual jokes. I don't deny that. We're very close. Like people generally find it disorienting to hear the way we talk to each other.
So to you, it's just like edgy humor to just be like that?
Yes.
So he interprets that as you guys talking about your dad's actual dick and like he's bringing it to you. Do you think that he really thought that was going on, or is he giving like a bad faith interpretation?
No, I don't.
You think he's just...
It's bad faith. It's demonstrably bad faith because he said, my sister sucks my dad's dick and has sex with him all the time after 1.5 or 2 years of not even seeing me in person and rarely communicating with me. How would he know if that's true or not? It's just a speculation.
Well, because we all know.
It's not even a speculation. It's a way to hurt my reputation because he's my brother saying it. It was some rando. Randos say that all the time. It doesn't really matter. But he's saying it specifically to hurt my reputation. He would have no knowledge of whether that's true or not. Just like my mom writing in the affidavit. Ben is currently sexually abusing Grace when she hasn't literally spoken to me for a year. She would have no knowledge whether that's true or not.
We'll find out about that in court, though, huh?
Why would somebody say something?
Yeah, if that's the case, how could he know? And then why would he just speak with certainty about something that he not only would have no way of knowing, but he's never confronted
Yeah,
you
so
about it ever.
Is that something? That
So
they
you're saying he
honestly
never
think?
ever came to you or Ben and said like, "What's up with you guys? Why are you guys fucking?"
No, nope.
Ray sexist. Dead man, how would you and your wife feel if you stayed flaccid while she kept trying to suck your dick for hours? I think my wife would ask, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you need me to look Asian? Like, do you need me to dress up like one of those like Japanese girls that play those that play guitar?" One of my favorite bands of all time is this band called Love Bites. They're from Japan. They look fucking hot, but they also look badass and they play awesome heavy metal. Anyway, but that would never happen. If anything, dude, BJs are like a dick pump. Like BJs get the dick hard. Like that's how you do it. You just suck it hard. and it's ready to go.
Nothing.
No.
You just one day out of the blue, after not a lot of communication for a long time, hey guys, guess what? Let me spill the tea that you guys don't know about this horrible thing.
You don't even have to think about it.
Yes.
It doesn't seem good.
We'd had a strained relationship, but the same goes for my mom. She writes, Ben is currently sexually abusing Grace without even me denying it, without even that, or me affirming or denying it. Just no interaction with me at all, but I know what's going on in her sex life, or her abusive sex life, or whatever.
Yikes. All right, they're telling me else in the chat. I got to do this one. They're right though. What's the deal with the beer bottle thing? Was that just edgy humor again? What's the deal with the beer bottle between the legs? The
beer bottle.
Do I remember it right? What went on there?
It was this one night where like me and my dad had become friends, and my mom had obviously been implying like you guys are up to something, and I was really angry at her. So we were all sitting in the living room, and there was an empty beer bottle, and I don't remember if I took the beer bottle or my dad took it and put it between his legs, but was like, is this what you're so afraid of? And then I went over to it and was like, and then I looked at my mom and I was like, do you think that's what's going on? Is this what you think is going on? And she was like, that's disgusting, stop it. And I threw my backpack at her, and then I ran out of the house and I never went back. I just went to one of my dad's apartments.
So rather than telling your mom, this is not going on, you're crazy, you kind of like cranked her up with like, ooh, is this what you're worried about? You were just turning the screws or what?
I had already
Freaking wild, right? that's one way to go about it.
said, like, it was past that point of saying like,
oh,
you're unhealthily fixated on whether or not my dad are like having sex. Like, just why don't you calm down about this? Like, we were past that point. It was to the point of
wait, did you say you're unhealthily fixated on this thing you're worried about, or did you just say, Mom, it's not happening? Like, had you been straight up with her, just like, this is just all in your mind?
The thing was, she hadn't been straight up. She just sort of vaguely implied it. So I don't know how to say it. It's just complicated in that situation. But at a certain point, I was like, okay, let's just not mince words about it. I'm gonna.
Well, even you guys vaguely implied it.
Oh, so you were sort of like in a way like addressing the elephant in the room by acting out with this edgy joke, something like that, because it was implied but not being spoken, and she was sort of like hinting at a worry but not addressing it straight up, and you're like, all right, let's fucking rip the Band-Aid off. I'm gonna blow this beer bottle. How do you feel about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was like, well, you're like,
weird flex, but okay.
You're my
I
mother.
get it.
You're my mother. You know how sex works. This is a beer bottle. It's not a literal penis. I can act this out and then say like, okay, is this what we're talking about? Is this what we're theorizing about? And then her response of being like, really angry and like, get off of him. That's disgusting. Or
we got like 5 more minutes on the stream.
something like that. Even though it was a beer bottle, just, I was like, okay, well, you're just like, fuck you.
And maybe even in a way, like knowing what I know now about the history of her, like, I don't know if you want to call it prudishness or her reactionary, energy around anything sexual, aggressive with you about the sniffing fingers.
You love bites suck dick. Well, I think all the members are married, so they probably do. I hope. Maybe I'll be going to Japan to find out. Hey, keep on playing my cards right. The way you guys are generous. Maybe you'll pay for my plane ticket to go over there.
Not willing to talk to you about the period, and then she won't talk to you about this, and you're just like, fucking talk to me, Mom. Like, all right, if you're not going to talk to me, then we'll just like...
Yeah, you could say
I'll show you your worst nightmare then.
Yes, it was like that. And you could criticize that, but like that was the idea, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you could, like, I think her prudishness has led to... I don't really think I'm like some kind of like, whoa, big degenerate on the internet, but like, I think, some of the sexual expression, let's say, is sort of a response to this prudishness that I was raised in. The hostility towards anything sexual. The
So your mom was accusing you, thinking that you were doing something sexual with your dad. So your way to approach it was to simulate doing something sexual with your dad. Good play there. Good play. Yeah, smart move.
Not even hostility, just like the outright refusal to accept that sexuality is a part of life.
Oh, your mom just needed to accept that sexuality is a part of life. So you are going to be sucking your dad's dick. So you were doing it.
I just want to say yes, but I just want to say everybody's saying like you're lying. That's not true. I'm telling the truth. But like if your only response to what I'm saying is she's lying, like okay. But anyways, that's why I appreciated you being sympathetic, because I'm glad to hear that if somebody does believe this is true, they would be sympathetic. But people can question whether it's true all they want. They can say, well, we want to get Courtney's side of the story. Hey, go ahead. Good luck. But I know it's true, so.
Bruce. The fact that you mentioned Destros. Oh, man. Wait. What stream am I on here? What channel am I on? I would never in my life think that someone who's in the basement of the sector, the bottom of YouTube, would know who Destros is. I gotta tell you, man, I need some more fresh blood in the our Friday night streams, man. Getting kind of, it's the same people over and over again. Hey, if you got a Japanese band that we need to check out, you let me know, man. Anyway,
it's just I've never said sort of the story and had anybody say like, well, if that's true, that sucks. Like, yeah, I understand why it's tough to deal with that.
You haven't heard anybody say that to you this whole time? You've been putting all this info out there for years. Nobody's ever just said like, oh, if that's true, that blows? Because it obviously does.
Here and there, but not really. No, not really.
Well, I'm glad you called me then. It really
yes, Grace, I'm glad you called Big Tech. This was a good call. Very good call. And that brings us to the end of this part here. So the point of all this whole stream was pretty much about the Thorps. The Thorps wanted to get on the Big Tech show over on Kick. And I guess they're trying to make Courtney look bad. I mean, they do say things about Courtney. They're trying to make her seem like the abuser. But in the effort of doing so, Ben and Grace, actually Ben, by his own mouth, his own words, actually made him look even worse than he already looked. Which is impressive, actually. For Ben. We talked about the grace period. We did talk about that. The grace period. We talked about Becky Boop for maybe like 5 minutes for a VTuber. Most of the chat was like, why are we listening to a VTuber? And I understand that. Even when I was listening to it, I was like, why am I listening to this? Because they're telling us things about Becky Boop that within like 5 lines, you get the most of it. Which is Becky Boop is a liar and is not going to be paying anybody because she's a loser. And that's the end of that. Thank you guys so much for the support. We got 7 new members. Got $6. Woohoo! 33 likes and 39 viewers right now at the moment of wrapping up this stream. For me, that's a good thing. Hey, this is something to do on the side. So, I'm not worried about it. But thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for your support. Alex Shield Jones, Anthony B, and Bruce, they're in the chat, still active. Y'all have a good one, okay? You go out there and you go streaking and you tell them, Mr. Deadman made me do it. when you get arrested, he'd say, Mr. Deadman on that YouTube guy he made me do it. And I want to see that. Or you could just like graffiti bathrooms and be like, Mr. Deadman made me do it or something. I don't know. I don't know what we can do there. Just put Mr. Deadman, okay? I'm going to go out drinking. Not right now. A little too late for that. Connor Smallwood. Good night to you, sir. Play your cards right. I might just tuck you in one night. I'm going to be in your manifesto. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. Don't let it be a school, though. No, Bruce. Don't be a fucking pussy like that. No. You said manifesto, so let it be like a government facility or something, you know? In Minecraft? Shake it, baby. That's right. Shake it, baby. Shake it, baby. All right. With that said, you guys take it easy and stroke it while you can. That's right. Stroke it while you can.